feel like I'd be better off on my own. Well, I don't wanna lose you in the smoke. I feel like I'd be better off all alone. We can stay up until it's light. Forget my fate, let's kick off to the side. When the daytime comes, you go. Yeah, I think I'd be better off all alone. Yeah, I think I'd be better off all alone. Think I'd be better off all alone. Think I'd be better off I think I'd be better off all alone. Think I'd be better off all alone. Think I'd be better off all alone. Cause you leave behind in the place that you denied. The dream of life is all I find. this is my last breath. Yeah, we get to near. There's a virus coming to eat ya. Gonna make nobody left to be dead. Overtaking, this is my last breath. We go higher, we catching fire. Let's go be dead, let's go be dead. This is my last breath. We go higher, we catching fire. Let's go be dead, let's go be dead. This is my last breath. Rise it up like an endless crescendo. 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 Rise it up, 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 like a rooftop talk, every stolen kiss, every late night walk, every secret wish, every second chance, every time we dance underneath the light of the street lamp.
Just a couple of reminders before we get started. The first is that we're launching a bunch of slots on our coaching program on September 4th, which is this Friday. And for everybody who's supported us so far, just a reminder that like you guys have made the coaching program possible. So thank you guys very much for doing that. And yeah, so like all of the donations, Twitch Prime subs, donated subs. Yeah, so thank you guys very much for supporting the stream. Yeah, so this week we're going to talk to a potential incel. And yeah, I noticed, oh yeah, I'm wearing this fleece today. This one even has my name on it. Oh, there we go.
Can you see me?
Yeah, I can see you. Okay, hold on.
Yeah, sorry. I wish I prepared for this a little bit better.
That's okay, man. We, a big part of the stream is technical difficulties and poor preparation. So
Yeah.
you're right at home, buddy. And what's your name, friend?
You just call me Ganny like last time.
Okay. And so for those of you who don't know, Ganny was on the ban appeal stream. Is that right?
Yeah.
And did you get unbanned, by the way? What happened?
Yeah, no, I ended up getting unbanned.
Awesome, dude. Congratulations,
Yeah.
and welcome back.
Thank you.
You
Thank
know who unbanned you?
I think it was Jake that unbanned me. I don't know.
Incorrect.
Who was it?
It was Twitch Chat. Twitch Chat unbanned
yeah.
you.
Yeah.
You offered your case to Twitch, and Twitch found you worthy of mercy.
Well, thank you so much, Twitch Chat.
Yeah, man, I think we're rooting for you, Ganny. So,
well, thank you.
Tell me a little bit about what we're talking about today.
Well, as far as my understanding goes, we're talking about the because last time when I was on the ban appeal stream, there was the issue came up about whether or not I'm an incel.
Okay.
So I guess it's about better understanding what it means to be an incel, or what whether or not I guess I qualify as an incel, and what that's all about.
Okay. Yeah. So Can you just recap for people, like, and for myself, like, what was the reason that you were banned? I know we don't want to get too much into that, but
Well, I was banned because of some comments I made that were like considered either insensitive or not safe for work or like offensive.
okay. And so what's your understanding of, like, when you came on the stream and you said, "Hey, this is what happened." Do you have a sense of like what Twitch chat resonated with in terms of like why they thought you should be unbanned?
Well, I think it's because they saw my ability to look back at some of the things I said and maybe reflect on them. And I guess like some people, I'm not sure if everybody liked the fact that I laughed at them, but I think they kind of were able to appreciate the fact that at least I was able to find like at least I was able to look back and reflect on maybe maybe how the kind of things I said and what that meant.
Yeah, absolutely, man. I think that's a great way to put it. So I think we, appreciate people. I think as a community, we're here to like grow and learn from our mistakes, right? It's not about being perfect. It's about learning from where you misstep. And I think in that way, Ganny, you actually exemplify, what we want to build, right? Is a place where people come and they learn something about themselves and hopefully they grow from it. So thank you very much for coming on last time and just being a part of the community and hanging out on Discord. I'm really grateful to you, man.
Yeah, no problem, man.
So tell me a little bit about, this term incel. Do you think you fall into that category? Yay, nay?
Well, I think by definition, like if you think about it as just somebody who's involuntarily celibate, somebody who maybe wants to get a date or wants to be able to be sexually active but isn't, I would say I fit in that category in the sense that I've tried many things. I've tried like approaching girls. I've tried doing all sorts of things to try to get I guess girls to like me, but none of it's really worked out. It's gotten rejected a lot.
Okay.
And I think the part about the incel terminology that I guess a part of it is about resentment towards women.
Okay.
And I think that in some ways I harbor some sorts of resentment, but I see that as more of a negative thing. I don't see it as I see it as like unproductive, the resentment, I think.
Sure. So can you tell us a little bit? There's that word approach again. We had that word on
Yeah.
Friday, used a lot. And so Ganny, do you mind if I ask like ballpark of how old you are?
I'm 19.
Okay. And and how old do you have a sense of like how old you are before you become an incel? Like do you have to
Well, I
try for a certain amount of time or is it just sort of like
Well, I think I've heard the number 24 thrown around, but I'm not sure. I'm not quite there yet. I have a few years, but I think in some ways there are certain things that are determined like at a very young age, or like your appearance or your social skills that can also affect your ability to attract women, I think.
your social skills are determined at an early age?
Well, I think it depends on how you're raised and depends on the environment you live in, I think.
Okay. Okay. And your appearance is determined when you're born?
Yeah, although I guess there can be changes in appearance when you get older, like if you work out or even if you don't, like sometimes your face changes, you grow into your face a little bit more. So
Sure.
I guess that's why some people don't consider people who are like teenagers or younger to be incels necessarily.
And so if we're talking about sort of what was determined when you were born, do you feel like you kind of got a particular hand of cards dealt to you when you were born?
Yeah, for sure.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, I think as far as my appearance goes, like I'm not wearing a mask. There are a couple reasons why I'm wearing a mask, but I think one of them is insecurity about how I look. And I feel
Okay.
like appearance for me, at least recently, has been a pretty significant issue when it comes to like self-confidence and self-esteem, I think. So I think
Okay.
that's one of the cards I was dealt with when I was born. And I think I honestly think that appearance plays a very big role in attraction just because like I feel like the way you behave also does, but two people with like varying levels of attractiveness can behave the same way and it'll be taken a bit differently, you know what I mean?
Sure, absolutely. I remember seeing this troll, I think Tinder profile or something, where someone made like a profile of a like with like a male model's picture and basically said in the blurb that in the Tinder profile that he was either like a convicted sex offender or a pedophile or something really bad, and he still got bunches of like women swiping right. Is that swiping right
Yeah, right.
is accept or reject?
Except, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so you say you're insecure about how you look, and
Yeah.
appearance certainly plays a role. Um, how long have you been insecure about how you look?
I think well I feel like I've been insecure about it for maybe a few years now. I think for a while I just didn't care about it, but that's because I wasn't really concerned about like attracting women that much. So I wasn't really super concerned about how I looked. To me, how I looked is just like a side effect. There was just something very small. So I never really paid too much attention to it because I didn't think it was necessary to pay attention to.
Okay. Can you just tell me a little bit about how you grew up?
That's a bit like what specifically? I'm
Well, I'm
sorry
just
if it,
curious, like, what was it like growing up for you? Who was at home?
well, I've lived with my mom for most of my life. And I was mainly, I mean, like, are you talking about like home life specifically, or?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I live with my mom, and she's had like partners and stuff, like boyfriends and stuff. But my parents divorced, and I was pretty young.
Hmm.
So yeah, I live with my mom mainly, and I saw my dad on like weekends and stuff.
What was your relationship like with your mom and dad?
My relationship with my parents, in some ways, well, in some ways, my relationship with my mom was pretty close, but it's also kind of complicated, and my relationship with my dad has been a little bit distant, but he's been there like, well, I feel like when I've needed him, he's been there some of the times, I think.
He's been there some of the times.
Yeah.
And can you tell us what you mean by when you've needed him? Can you share like what's a time, like what's an example of that?
Well, like there's just been times like I feel like when I was growing up, I never really like I certain things like how to talk to like girls, for instance, or how to talk to like other people. I feel like it's something that your dad can teach you, and my dad wasn't really like talking to me about that stuff as much, or if he did try to talk to me about that, I wouldn't really want to talk about that. So
Hmm.
I would just,
Interesting.
so yeah.
So I'm trying to get a sense of, I mean, so if you weren't sort of taught how to do this properly, is that because your dad kind of dropped the ball there, or is it you almost mentioned like you maybe didn't want to talk about it?
Well, it's like a mix of both. I just kind of didn't care at that age. I didn't really start to care about like talking to girls until I was like maybe 17.
Okay. And where do you think, you know what a bell curve is? What,
Yeah.
where does that fall under the bell curve of when people get interested in talking about girls?
I feel like that's pretty late. Although, like, I was interested in girls. Well, I'll say I was interested in girls in like middle school, and then throughout high school, throughout most of high school, I just wasn't interested in girls really.
And can you tell me about what school was like?
Well, I went to a very small school, so there wasn't really a lot of like different kinds of girls. So I wasn't really attracted to anybody at school. So to me, like, school was about hanging out with my friends and like learning and stuff, and it wasn't really, I never really thought too much about girls because to me the girls that I was grew up with were not very attractive, so I just kind of didn't pay attention to them.
I see. So it seems like the girls that are worth paying attention to are people that are attractive.
Well, the kind of girls, like, I guess the girls I was interested in dating, like I wasn't interested in dating anybody in school until I was like 17.
Okay. And what happened when you were 17?
Well, when I was 17, I started to get attracted to this one girl who I that at school that kind of got me interested in girls again. And I think that was when I started thinking about like, oh, why don't I have a girlfriend, or when can I get a girlfriend, is when I started like trying to get this girl's attention, or trying to, I guess, get this girl to like me.
Can you tell us about her?
Yeah, well, I mean, the thing about this girl is like at first I talked to her, and I was pretty upfront with my intentions. Like I told her I was into her, and I asked her like out on a date, but she said it was really weird because she rejected me. But then for like a week straight, she would like text me like almost 24/7 and constantly keep in contact with me. And then after that, she just kind of dropped off and stopped talking to me.
How do you understand that?
Well, it's still hard to wrap my head around just because I don't know why you give somebody so much attention after rejecting them, and like why you would like what I was like, was she kind of into me? But then I was thinking if she was into me, she wouldn't have rejected me unless if like she just, I don't know, like I don't really know what she was trying to communicate with that kind of interaction.
Yeah, that's a damn confusing situation.
Yeah.
Can you tell me what you mean by she rejected you?
Well, she just said she wasn't ready for a relationship, so it wasn't straight up, but it was like it was kind of like a little bit left in the air, but it was like she just said she wasn't ready for a relationship and she didn't really want to date me specifically because of that. But she didn't really straight up. It was hard to really tell if she was saying like I'm not interested in you or I'm just not interested in a relationship right now in general.
So, okay. So when she said she wasn't interested, and you walk like, can you walk me through like what happened? Like you just walked up to her and you said, "Hey, I'd really like to take like can you do a play by play of the interaction?" So I think
Well,
there's a lot to be learned.
I messaged her on Instagram. I remember, and I think I at first I was just asking how she was doing, and then I was asking like how she was. Like I was just trying to start small talk. I guess it's kind of weird to go right from that to like, oh, I like you. I can't remember the exact messages, but
How much
it was
time
like
between the small talk and the stating your intentions?
I think I don't as far as I remember, well, there wasn't a lot of time. No,
Are we talking like minutes, hours, days, or weeks?
I think minutes or minutes to like maybe like 10 minutes. I don't know.
Okay. Um, and what's your perception of like what's in her head? Like, do women walk around and sort of have a kind of a conscious understanding of like, okay, these are the 3 dudes I'm willing to date. These are the 7 dudes I'm not willing to date. Like, how does that work?
Well, I mean, I've been told in the past that like a lot of the times girls know whether or not they're attracted to you like within like seconds of meeting you, and that there are certain guys that they will just be attracted to, and certain guys that they'll just not be attracted to. And it's not just looks, but based off of certain factors like looks or like personality,
So when you
like
say
confidence.
you've been told, where I mean, who told you that?
Well, I've talked to people on the internet.
Okay. It's actually a pretty good source of information. But what do you think about it, Kenny?
Well, I think it makes sense to me because like usually I know who I'm interested in pretty quickly. Although it does take me a little bit of time. Like I feel like there are many girls that I'm like attracted to. Like I think they're attractive, but I wouldn't necessarily date. So maybe it does take a bit more time. I don't know.
Okay. So it sounds like you know who you're attracted to pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Okay. Um, and what do you think could be happening when you talk to someone and you say, "Hey, how's it going? Do you like the weather?" Small talk, small talk. And then you're like, "Hey, I'm really interested in going out with you." What do you think are the range of possibilities of what could be going on inside the person that you're talking to when you transition from small talk to like letting someone know that you like them?
Like the range of sorry, can you say that again? The range of
Yeah, like what are
emotions?
the range of things that she could be experiencing?
Well, maybe it could like take her by surprise, but I guess it wouldn't really take her by surprise because a lot of girls kind of know if you just start messaging them randomly. Like a lot of girls kind of expect that you're interested in them if you're randomly sending them messages. You know what I mean?
How do you know what a lot of girls expect?
Well, because I assume at least that girls get messages a lot from like guys that are trying to hit them up because they're like interested in them or whatever.
Okay, so it sounds like an assumption on your part.
Yeah, no, it's definitely an assumption.
Okay. So you said that maybe she feels surprise, but then you sort of walked that back and you thought maybe she doesn't feel surprise. So what do you think? Is surprise a possibility?
Yeah, it's just a possibility, but I'm not 100% sure necessarily.
Sure. So what else is a possibility?
The possibility is maybe that she expects it or she's just waiting for you to say that because she kind of expects that you're going to say it.
Sure. So she's waiting for you to ask her out.
Yeah.
What else?
Um, well, maybe the girl might perceive it as being like there's something wrong with kind of saying that like it's uncomfortable like she might feel uncomfortable with randomly being like going from like small talk to like being asked out. I don't know.
Sure, she could feel uncomfortable. What else could she feel? This is great hypothesis generation, Ganny.
She might feel, I don't know, like I can't think of anything else, I'm gonna be honest.
Okay, so maybe she feels fear,
Yeah.
right? Like maybe she's afraid of what this means or something like that. Maybe she feels joy. Maybe she's, like you said, been waiting for you to ask her out. Maybe she feels valued or important
Like
because
flattered?
flattered, absolutely,
Yeah.
right? Maybe she feels confused because maybe she feels like more than one thing, right? So maybe she's
Yeah.
flattered and confused. Maybe she's been waiting for you. I I think what I'm kind of sensing though is that there's just a lot of different things that she could be feeling. What do you think?
Yeah, no, that makes sense to me.
Okay. And so if someone's feeling a lot of different things and you ask them a yes or no question, like, hey, do you want to XYZ? What do you think they'd say?
Well, it might be a complicated answer just because of all the things they could possibly be thinking.
Yeah, so generally speaking, it's been my experience that when people are complicated and confused, they tend to say no.
Oh, really? Yeah,
Yeah.
that makes sense to me.
Right. So if I called you on the phone and I'd say, hey, or like, let's say I DM'd you like 3 days from now, hey, Ganny, how you doing? You're like, I'm doing well, Dr. K. And then I said, Ganny, I have an amazing investment opportunity for you. Are you interested in hearing more?
Oh, I thought you were gonna ask me out, but
No. That I think you would expect, right?
yeah.
So I think sometimes people just say no when they don't really know what to think. What do you think about that?
I mean, I never really thought of it that way, but I mean that's a possibility. Like I could kind of see how that logically follows.
Yeah. Because oddly enough, Katie, I don't know how to say this. I'm just going to go ahead and say it, but like, I think it sounds like she was actually kind of interested in you, but much like yourself, was like a confused 17-year-old who didn't understand what she was feeling. What do you think about
Really?
that? Yeah.
I mean, it seemed kind of possible, but then afterwards she said she rejected me because of religion or something. So I don't know. I don't know what that was about, but
Yeah, I think that it sounds like she had some. So the interesting thing there is that if we really tunnel down and look at the reasons, what are you hearing the reasons that she said no? Because she gave you two different reasons.
yeah.
What were the two reasons?
The two reasons is the religion, and she just wasn't ready for a relationship.
What does that say about your attractiveness?
Nothing.
What do you think about that?
Well, I mean, sometimes I'm under the impression that like even if she doesn't feel ready for a relationship, if she's like attracted to you, that whoever it is will just kind of like, especially when some people are young and like aren't necessarily thinking ahead that much. Like I feel like if they're attracted to you, they're less likely to think ahead and less likely to think, "Oh, I'm not ready for this." They kind of just want to get involved in it. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, do you think what percentage of the population do you think that describes?
Well, I think it makes sense that it would describe a lot of young people. You know what I mean? Like a lot of people who I think young people have less foresight in general.
Sure. And so what are we talking about? Are we talking like 90% of young people are willing to throw the future to the wind? 50%,
Maybe
30%?
60%. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, even if you say 50%, it's like there's a coin flip whether she's someone who's like has bad judgment basically, right?
Yeah, I guess
Because
so.
because what you're sort of describing to me sounds like bad judgment. It's sort of like, yeah, I don't give a fuck about the future. I'm just going to do whatever I feel like because I'm physically attracted to someone.
Yeah.
I know this sounds bizarre, Ganny, but in my experience, most people are not like that. What do you
Yeah,
think
I mean
about that?
that would make sense. I think there's a lot of assumptions that are made about I think specifically women a lot of the times like about an attractiveness and like what women are willing to do if they're like attracted to a guy. I don't know. I feel
Yeah,
like that's
where do those assumptions come from?
well, I think a lot of the like there's a lot of stuff I've read on the internet, like a lot of that assume a lot about like I think what women are thinking or how women act or how women react to like I guess like chads or like guys that are considered like really attractive or whatever.
Yeah, so what I'm really curious about is where does that stuff come from?
like where like I guess like red pill the like red pill community or
No, no,
like
I understand that there are communities, right? But like, where does the original information come from? So I get that there's like a bunch of people who communicate with each other on the internet. They sort of describe what female behavior is like. But what I'm curious is like, where's the root of this knowledge?
well I think it's a lot of it's from men, so I guess men's perception of like how women behave, I guess.
Okay. And what do you think about that?
Well, I mean I think there's value in like I guess men who interact with a lot of women and like maybe how their I guess their perception, but at the same time, I guess there is a reason to believe that maybe it's not the most reliable source of information when it comes to like how women are. I don't know.
Yeah, so I mean, let's just be critical for a second. So like on the one hand, it makes sense, right? Because we have observations, right? So men make observations about the way that women respond to them. Agreed?
Yeah, it makes sense.
And so based on my observations, like you made an observation, so you've concluded you're kind of like an soon to be incel. Like if you hit 24, like you're concerned about appearance, you think women are not attracted to you. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I think that's fair to say.
And so what based on this experience, like you use the word rejected
Yeah,
to describe this interaction with this woman. Whereas the weird thing is I'm not hearing that you were actually rejected.
really.
Yeah. It sounds like you asked someone out on a date who wasn't ready to be in a relationship.
Yeah, I mean they did kind of more reject me afterwards, but I guess at first it
That
wasn't
too, I
really.
don't think she rejected you.
I guess the beliefs I had, or
Yeah. I mean, so let me give you a different interpretation, Ganny. I'm not saying mine is right. It's just there's a different way to look at this story. So she is actually physically attracted to you. And she's taken by surprise that like you're making small talk 1 second and then you ask her out. And then she kind of panics because like a lot of times when when you're taken aback by something, you just sort of like panic and you're like, "Oh, I don't really know how to respond." Um or she has her own anxieties. Maybe she doesn't want to seem too easy, for example, right? Because there are like groups of women who also will make assumptions about men's behavior. And one thing that they'll tell each other is that, like, you can't come across as too enthusiastic, otherwise, he'll use you and dump you. Does that make sense? That women would
yeah, no, that
propagate
makes
that?
sense.
Right? So then she's really confused because actually she really likes Scanny and she's excited. But then she's like, oh, like my friends have told me not to say yes right away. So she says, or maybe she's just not ready for a relationship. Maybe she's 17 and she's not
Yeah,
really sure what she wants. And then she starts messaging you, as you put it, 24/7. Now, that indicates to me that like she's interested in you in some way because why would she message you all the time afterward? And I'm not
yeah.
sure.
No, say what you're gonna say.
So I'm not sure exactly how you responded to those messages, but then it sort of sounds like maybe she was interested in you, but ultimately decided that she didn't want a relationship with someone who maybe there was some kind of religious conflict with. But even then, that actually implies to me that like if she's giving you that as a reason, it sounds like she was really like considering pros and cons. And that actually what happened is like if you cite that as a reason to turn someone down, it usually means that there are actually a lot of things in the pro column. Like a week of deliberation followed by, hey, I don't think it's going to work out because of religion, sounds to me to be more the result of deliberation than like, knee jerk, you're ugly.
Yeah,
What do you think about that?
I mean that makes sense. I think I think that is a different way to look at this situation. Although I do kind of recall because we had a lot of mutual friends, and I do recall hearing something about like how she wanted to like let me down kind of easy. So I don't know if that could be part of it
I'm
too.
great. I'm so glad you brought that up. So
Yeah,
now we get to a really interesting question, right? Which is like, you could make the argument that you're very unattractive and she's using the religion as an excuse.
yeah,
And then
that's what
actually
I
she
thought.
thinks you're just like ugly. Has that thought crossed your mind?
Yeah, it has many times.
Okay. So now I've got a question for you, Gainey. How do we know right?
Well, I
Like
guess you can't really know.
let's say I reject you and then I give you a reason. How do you know if the reason is right or the reason is wrong?
Um, well, you would have to, I guess, go off of like the person's. I guess you look at the person's behavior, like their history, and like how much the reason lines up with like how consistent it is with how they actually conduct themselves, I guess.
Absolutely, right? So you can use observation to determine if they were shitting you or not, right? Pulling your
Yeah.
leg. That makes sense. I think the tricky thing is that you seem to be adopting, in my mind, an unfalsifiable hypothesis. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, no, I know what that means.
Can you explain it to us?
It's like a hypothesis that can't be proven wrong, or that no matter what is going to be proven right, I guess.
And
Whether or not it actually is true or not.
sure. And do you have any sense of what could be when I say I think you're adopting a potentially unfalsifiable hypothesis? Do you know what I'm referring to?
Well, I guess that there's no way to prove that she necessarily is interested, or there's no way to prove the fact that she isn't interested necessarily wrong.
Right. Or that like so she's giving you reasons and you're choosing to kind of like supplant those reasons with your own.
Yeah.
Right? And I think the interesting thing is that the reasons that you're using are based on the insecurity about how you look.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So the funny thing here is that what I'm hearing is like your insecurity is actually what's in the driver's seat. So,
Really?
yeah. So let me put it to you this way. Let's say I'm an attractive dude, but I don't
Yeah.
believe I'm an attractive dude. And if someone tells me, "Hey dude, you're pretty attractive." How do I respond? Does it change my view?
No, not really.
What happens? What do I say in response?
Well, you think they're lying, or you think they're saying that to you to make you feel better.
Absolutely, right? So then that's kind of tricky. Like, Gani, what do I do about that? Because no matter, so some people, and then what happens is like when I ask someone out on a date and they say, "No, sorry, I'm not interested in a relationship right now." What do I think?
You think, oh, it's because you're not attractive, or because you don't think you're attractive, basically.
Right?
Yeah.
So now how do I come out of that?
Well, you come out of it thinking you're even less attractive, or you come out of it like with your hypothesis proven correct, or in your mind with your hypothesis proven correct.
Yep. So I'm asking you, if I'm stuck in that position, how do I get out of that position? How do I change?
I guess you could change by either changing your hypothesis, or I guess making your hypothesis something that is more reasonable. I don't know.
No, but that's not going to happen, right? Because
Yeah.
like we just saw that the two biggest reasons, at least that I can think of, that would change my hypothesis, one of which is people would disagree with me and try to explain to me how I'm wrong, or that I actually get evidence to the contrary from another person, or not evidence, but let's say they'll say something else. And both of those I'm going to knock back. What I'm kind of curious about is like how can I move out of that?
Like move out of the, I guess this,
That
like move out of what again? Sorry.
move out of the idea that I'm unattractive.
I don't know, because that's what I've been trying to do for like a long time. So I'm not really sure.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. So let's say something else. So let's say you're walking down the street and a woman who is incredibly attractive approaches you and says, "Hey, you're kind of cute. Do you want to buy me dinner?" What do you think then?
Well, I feel like then I would think I was attractive, because like I feel like if I wasn't, the girl wouldn't approach me or say that to me.
Okay, I disagree. I don't think that's what you would think.
Okay. What do you think I would think?
I would think that this is I would think that you would think that there's some kind of trick here.
Like I guess I would probably be kind of skeptical. Like I would be like, what are her intentions? I guess.
Yeah, right? Because like she sure as hell isn't going to actually find you attractive.
Yeah.
Right? Like it's not going to change your mind. Like your insecurity I don't think is going to get wiped away by a perfect 10 approaching you on the street. And and sort of expressing interest in you. What do you think?
Yeah, probably not.
Right. So I mean, this is kind of just tricky because I'm not really sure like how you can, because it sounds like even when people tell you things that are contrary or don't support your view of things, that for some reason your mind swats those reasons away, like because of religion or whatnot, and you substitute it with this idea that I'm unattractive.
Yeah, I think so.
Hmm. Any thoughts about that or questions?
Well, I think the fact that I'm or the idea that I'm unattractive comes from like more than just I guess encounters with girls. Like I feel like there have been multiple encounters with girls that have like made me think that, not just that encounter with that one girl. And I feel like if something keeps happening over and over and over again, you start to see a pattern and you start to kind of try to explain that pattern with some sort of factor or.
I completely agree. So let's just run through that. Let's just recap, right? So when you
Yeah.
see a pattern, you try to come up with a good reason for that pattern. Agree?
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
Now, here's the really tricky thing is that I think this experience that you described, you're saying is fitting the pattern, whereas I think your mind is cramming it into the pattern.
Yeah, I guess like are you talking about the experience with the girl that I just mentioned?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess in some ways my mind will make it fit the pattern no matter what, whether or not it actually does.
Which is interesting because then the pattern that you're developing is not necessarily based in fact, it's based in like your mind cramming a factual experience into a particular interpretation.
Yeah. I guess that is a very productive way of seeing it, but it's like I can't remember. I'm trying to think of a word to describe this, but it's like I guess cognitive bias, or like it's like when you have a hypothesis and everything that you find a way to make everything that you experience prove that correct, or
Yep, exactly.
confirmation
So
bias. Yeah.
so we all do that and like that's normal. It's called a confirmation bias if I remember correctly. But at the same time, we don't want to assume that this is just a confirmation bias, right? Like if you really believe this, Ganny, there's got to be like a decent reason. It's not like you started with a confirmation bias. Does that make sense? A confirmation bias only applies if you already have a hypothesis.
Yeah, that's true.
So then the next question
Um,
becomes, yeah, go ahead.
I feel like oh, sorry, can you say the last thing again that you were saying?
Yeah, a confirmation bias only applies once you already have a hypothesis. So the idea
Yeah,
that Ganny is unattractive can then be confirmed, but it has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, I feel like that hypothesis comes from like multiple rejections. Like I saw the last stream and the last guy had like 300 rejections. I'm not quite there, but there have been like many girls that have rejected me, and I feel like, and like I've had a girl like okay, some of the rejections were like from IRL girls, but there have been some from like girls online, and people are online are a lot harsher. So I've had a girl literally say it's because of my looks or because I'm not attractive. Like I've had like online girls will like literally just say that like straight up. They won't even like mince words.
Can you tell us about that?
Well, I didn't actually ask this girl out, but somebody said like somebody asked her, "Oh, would you date me or would you date this person?" And she said, "No, I wouldn't want to date a guy who was that ugly."
How did you feel when you heard that?
Well, it kind of upset me a lot because I was she was like pretending to be my friend, or she was talking to me like as my friend for a long time, and then all of a sudden she's like, "Oh no, this guy's ugly," and I was like, I was kind of surprised that she would say it so like she would say it like that. Like I feel like even if you don't find somebody attractive, if you're their friend, you wouldn't say they're ugly. You would just say, "Oh, I'm not personally attracted to them."
Sounds quite hurtful.
Yeah, very hurtful.
What happened to that hurt in your heart? Is it
Well,
still there?
yeah, I kind of internalized it, and I kind of I guess I really took it to heart because I was thinking that must be what all girls think if this is what she thinks. I don't know.
It started to become something that you believed about yourself.
Yeah, for sure.
So it sounds like her opinion became truth.
Yeah.
Did you resent her?
Um, in some ways I resented her, but in other ways I kind of was like, oh, it figures, like, because it was already aligned up with my hypothesis. Part of me found it very easy to believe, and it was very easy to digest. So I just thought of it like I was very upset about it, but in another way, I was like, go figure. Like, of course she thinks that.
Hmm. So it was sort of confirmed what you already knew.
Yeah, pretty much.
That sounds like real evidence, though, because we're talking
Yeah,
about,
no, it's real evidence.
you know, interpreting certain words. It doesn't sound like you can interpret that a bunch of ways.
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward.
Yeah. Hmm. Can I think for a second?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's interesting. I actually have an alternate interpretation.
Yeah, what is that?
Right. So, why do you call someone ugly?
Well, I would say you call them ugly because you think they're ugly, but I
Nope.
mean, I don't know
Incorrect. If you think
why.
someone's ugly, what do you call them?
Well, in many cases, you'd call them attractive to make them feel better.
Absolutely. Right? Or what you normally do is like you'll say like, yeah, I'm not interested in that person.
Yeah.
When do you call someone ugly?
Well, I guess I don't know if this is what you're getting at, but maybe the person might be secretly attracted to you in some way. I don't know.
Not only secretly attracted, I mean, yeah, that's a real stretch, buddy. Although that can happen, right? So sometimes people have something called reaction formation, which is that they denigrate that which they feel embarrassed to want or that which they cannot have,
Yeah.
right? So that shit happens all the time. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
So what if I tossed out that if the reason that people call other people ugly is to hurt them?
Yeah, that makes sense.
And what if I were to say the most powerful or common reason to call someone ugly is to try to hurt someone?
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable.
Right? So all you have to do to test that hypothesis is go to any third grade playground. And you'll
Yeah.
have people calling each other ugly all the time. And what are those kids trying to do?
They're trying to offend the other kids or make themselves feel better.
Absolutely. So if you actually tunnel down, I don't think most people, like, even if you're not attracted to someone, I've very rarely heard, or I cannot think about many cases or any cases where someone actually calls an ugly person ugly to their face unless there is an intention to hurt them,
Yeah.
which is
Although when I
interesting.
talk, yeah, sorry, say what
Yeah,
you were
go
gonna
ahead.
say.
Nope, go for
When
it.
I talked to her afterwards, it was kind of weird because it's like she didn't even see what was wrong with her saying that. Like she was like, "Oh no, I wasn't trying to like say anything," and but she said like, "Oh, she said I was feeling entitled." Like she said I feel entitled to have every girl be attracted to me, and like I am like wrong for saying that I should be insulted by somebody calling me ugly.
Yeah, man. So I don't know how else to ask this question, and I don't know if this is going to make any sense because it's a fucking abstract, weird question. Is that shit about you or is it about her?
I feel like it's about me, but it's also partially about her because
Buddy, that's about her.
yeah.
So, like, if she's on a social crusade to put entitled men into their place because men feel entitled to have all women be attractive to them, like, I don't even know where she gets that. Is that something that did you do something that she felt like she had to put you into your place? Because it sounds like someone else asked her, hey, would you go out with Ganny or not?
Yeah, no, I never even expressed attraction to her or said I was attracted to her at all.
So I don't know how to say this, Ganny, but that has nothing to do with you. That has everything to do with her issues.
Yeah, I can kind of see that.
Right? Like, why on earth It just doesn't. Does that make sense? Like that doesn't make any sense to me, unless like there's some
Yeah.
context I'm not getting.
No, that makes sense.
And it's just weird because people don't call, like, even if you're not attracted to someone, you don't call them ugly,
Yeah, I
right?
mean, I've never. That's pretty rare. Like, I haven't heard somebody actually say that besides her, really.
So and so I mean, if she's saying that you feel entitled to have all women be attracted to you, like where's she getting that from? Now we got to be careful because we got to make sure there's no cognitive bias here that you're blinding yourself to something, because there are some people who are like incels or chads, or I don't even know what to call them now, where they do feel an entitlement towards women. Have you done
Well,
anything that
I think I do kind of have a sense of entitlement just by nature. Like, I feel like there have been times where I've gotten like I felt pretty salty towards women who rejected me, and I have like I think I like one of the chat logs, like if you read it, it said that I don't really feel entitled. Think that like I wouldn't go up to a girl and say, "Oh, you're like I'm entitled to you for you to like me," but I do feel like in general, like in a fair world, everybody would have at least like one person that's attracted to them. You know what I mean? Or one person that. But I guess it's we don't live in a fair world, so
No, hold on a second, but you do have one person who's attracted to you.
you think so?
Yeah, that first girl at
Yeah,
17.
yeah, maybe.
Right? I mean,
Yeah,
she sure as hell didn't call you ugly, and it sounds like she was into you for like a week while she was sorting through her feelings.
yeah.
I anyway. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I do hear a lot of words that don't seem to be from your mind coming out of your mouth.
Explain what you mean by that.
Like you see, it's like I hear like platitudes, like, "Oh, in a fair world, there would at least be one person attracted to me, but it's not a fair world, so fuck me, I guess." That sounds like the resentment of the internet. It doesn't sound like an act. Like I think it resonates with you. I think that perspective validates you. I think that
Yeah,
perspective makes you feel not alone and not like an idiot, which someone who's insecure is going to look for a lot of ways to not feel like an idiot. And there's also a really subtle thing there, which is that if it's an unfair world, Ganny, it's not your fault. You just
yeah.
drew the short end of the stick.
It just feels like even though it's not my fault, it really sucks, and it feels kind of like therapeutic sometimes to complain about like how unfair things are. Like I feel like I feel
You're
like I do kind of get something out of it.
you're damn right. I think you get a lot out of it. I think this whole community gets a lot out of it. So I think this is
Yeah,
a very confusing thing where a lot of people assume that like incels are dumb. Like the Chads and the Stacys think that y'all are like dumb and losers and rejects and all that kind of stuff. I don't think so. I think that you guys you're definitely getting something very important out of this. What do you
yeah.
think you get out of calling yourself an incel?
Well, I think it kind of shifts blame away from you, or it shifts. It kind of, I guess, says something more about the world than it says about yourself in some ways, I guess.
Yep. And so then what do you get to do if it's not your fault?
You get to, I guess, as they would say, like lie down and rot or not do anything about it necessarily, like just waste time.
Absolutely, my dude. And boy, don't we love that. If there is one thing that we love here on Twitch and in the gaming community, it is to lie down and do nothing, right? We
Yeah.
love to bitch and complain and do nothing. What do you think?
Well, I see some truth in that, but I do also see some truth in the fact that I am constantly trying to improve. I think it's just about finding the discipline to behave like that consistently or to consistently do things to improve.
I'm really, really happy, and it gives me hope that you choose to disagree, even somewhat.
Yeah. Well, thank you.
Because I gave you an excuse, right? I gave you the perfect excuse. Go ahead, my dude Ganny, lay down and do nothing, bro. And what did you say?
Uh, I said that I don't want to lay down and do nothing. I want to change myself and get better.
Absolutely, man. And I'm behind you 100%. And I think that's why you came
Yeah.
on stream today.
Yeah,
And
for
and
sure.
and I think you are going to change. And I'm not trying to wrap up here, but I feel like it's an important point here. I think you are going to change, and I don't think you're going to be alone forever. I really don't.
Well, thank you. Yeah, I hope not. I mean, I like to think that maybe I have a future, and maybe there is a possibility for something more.
Yeah, I don't know how else to say this, man. Like, so I'm going to sound like a real boomer here, so I hate that I'm about to say this, but I feel like it has to be said. Dude, do you know how long 5 years is?
I mean, it feels long to me because I'm pretty young, but it feels like it
It's
could go.
no, dude, it's such a long time. Just imagine how much you've changed from 14 to 19.
Yeah, no, it's crazy.
And 5 years is a really long time. A lot of people don't get laid in high school or even at the age of 19, right? Like some
Yeah,
people get laid after college. Like it just, everyone's at their own pace.
yeah. The average age to lose virginity isn't it like around 16 though? Like it's at least in the United States.
I don't know. I would be surprised if it's that young.
Yeah, no, it's like 16.
And even then, I would be careful about the phrase average because a mean is biased towards outliers. I think the important question is what's the median age?
Yeah, because I guess the like if there's a lot of people or a fair amount that are like losing it super young or super old, that like inflates the average, right?
Yep. So that's why the important is the median, not the mean. Because there could be like
Yeah.
13-year-olds out there having sex and they're going to really lopside things. Or even another important thing would be what's the mode? So what's the most common age to lose your virginity? Right?
The
That's
most, yeah.
so anyway, statistics fog.
Yeah.
So I'd be careful about average because I think averages can oftentimes be misleading.
Yeah, no, I've been told that before, and I think it makes sense. I mean, an average is really just a number that's made up of like other numbers, really.
That is correct. That is what an
Pretty
average
much.
is. That's a real five-head shit right there, man.
Well, thank you.
Um, okay, so let's go back. Can we go back to sort of the sense of like getting rejected online and resentment and entitlement?
Um, I think the resentment, yeah, sure. I think the resentment and entitlement comes from, I think, this idea that I'm special or that that I need like validation from others to feel important or to feel, I guess, adequate.
So do you think the resentment and entitlement are related to each other? Do they kind of,
Yeah, because my entitlement isn't being fulfilled or isn't being satisfied.
and where did you get the sense, and what do you feel like you're entitled to?
I feel like I'm entitled to a lot. Like I feel like I'm entitled to a better like a life that's better than most people, or a life that is maybe not easier, but that is like more fulfilling, or that is more interesting, I guess.
And where do you get the idea that you're entitled to a life that's better than most people?
Well, I feel like there is this idea that I'm special, or that there's something about me that's like, I don't know, just different from other people.
How long have you felt special, Kenny?
Ever since I was like really young, I think.
Can you tell me about that?
Well, like I took an intelligence test when I was very young, and I scored like pretty well on it in certain areas. Like I scored high in certain areas and low in other areas. But I was like called gifted, or I was given the gifted classification, and then I was sent to like a special school for it, which I think contributed. That's not the only reason, but I feel like that contributed to it. Being told that you're different or special, or like you have some
Sounds like
sort
you
of
actually
special.
were special objectively.
Yeah, I was.
And do you feel like you've lived up to your potential?
Definitely not. I feel like if I'm supposed to be smart, like I feel like in many ways I'm supposed to be smart because of like what the test told me, but I feel like my life hasn't really lived up to that potential, or lived up to what it means to be smart.
And what does it mean to be smart?
Well, in my opinion, like people who are smart usually get good grades or are successful or have a lot of things going for them in life when it comes to like success and either money or grades or something that makes them stand out, like some sort of status usually.
And do you stand out?
I think I stand out, but for the wrong reasons.
Sorry, was that insensitive? I thought that was,
No. I understand.
yeah. Why do you stand out?
Well, I think I stand out partially because of like mental illness and partially because of like I think sometimes I oh my god, this I guess I could go into a lot, but I feel like there's certain behaviors that I do that make me stand out just because I try to stand out. Like I think in some ways I've exhibited attention seeking behavior in the past, or behavior that where I want to be like at the forefront of like whatever's going on.
And what makes you want to be at the forefront of whatever's going on?
Because I feel like if people acknowledge me, I feel more validated and I feel more adequate, I think.
Do you remember? That's a very analytical answer. Do you remember? Was there a certain kind of acknowledgement that you wanted growing up?
Well, growing up, I'm gonna be honest, when I was really young, I didn't really need that much acknowledgement from my peers because I was kind of off doing my own thing. So I feel like this has been a recent thing. Like when I was really young, for the most part, I got most of the validation from myself, or more, most of the validation internally. Whereas now, I feel like a lot of it has to
When
be.
did that change?
I think it changed like late teenage years, or yeah, I think like late teenage years.
Do people tell you that you haven't lived up to your potential?
Um, Not necessarily, directly, but I feel like there are indirect ways that people say that or whatever.
Can you give me an example?
Well, I think it's communicated sometimes through like if I get a bad grade, I usually think to myself, oh, like I should have gotten a better grade just because of my potential, or like what did I do? What am I doing wrong, or why am I not getting the sort of success in school that I expect?
Why don't you think you're getting the success that you expect?
Well, I think I just have a lot going on in my life and a lot on my plate that kind of distracts me from being able to work effectively at school. And I think it's not just that I have a lot on my plate as far as mental health is concerned, but also because I get pretty distracted. Like I have problems with focus and paying attention, and I have like ADHD and stuff like that.
Can I think for a second?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Danny, you know what I think the biggest problem is?
What?
Your confidence in what you know.
Oh, okay. Explain what you mean by that.
So I ask you a lot of questions and you give me a lot of answers. And you give a lot of really good answers,
Yeah.
right?
Well, thank you.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting, but I think it's actually kind of a burden and it's sort of screwing you over. Because what I'm not hearing is I'm not hearing a 19-year-old who hasn't figured it out. What I'm hearing is a 19-year-old who's figured everything out.
Oh my God, what do you mean by that?
Well, so like I'll ask you questions, right? We're talking about women, we're talking about being an incel, we're talking about your views and how people treat you and stuff like that, and you have answers for everything. I get
Yeah.
rejected. I'm ugly. The world is unfair. It's not my fault. Answers, answers, answers. I'm smart. I was gifted. I was tested. I haven't lived up to my potential. I'm handicapped. I have ADHD. The world feels really like a definitive place to me when I listen to you speak.
Like I already have an idea of like what's going on, or I already have I think I know I think I know everything.
Yeah. Right? You have way more than an idea. You have piles and piles of evidence. You're way
Yeah.
past the hypothesis generation phase. You're even way past the testing phase. Conclusions have already been made. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Right? But at the end of the day, like, I don't mean to sound like a boomer, but like you're 19. And I don't mean to say that your experience doesn't have value. What I'm trying to say is that there are still more experiences which need to happen. And the biggest concern that I have for you is that your mind is not letting evidence change your view. It's letting your view change the evidence.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And so I'm concerned for you because I think, I think there are a lot of alternate hypotheses. So I too theoretically was gifted. I was never tested or anything, so I don't really know. And then I also struggled a lot. I probably could have been diagnosed with ADHD when I was 19 years old or younger. Certainly didn't have good grades. I had like a 1.5 GPA or something after 1 year of college. And I hadn't lived up to my potential. And also had a lot of sense of entitlement. I also had a lot of reaction formation personally, where I hated a lot of the things that I was jealous of.
Yeah, I feel that completely.
Right? Like I can't have it, so fuck that shit. I hate you
Yeah.
because you are
What are some
everything.
examples? What are
Huh?
some examples of that?
Tell me.
Like in your life, like what are some examples of like things that you were jealous of or things that were like upsetting to you?
So I devalued school and education because I felt
Yeah.
like I wasn't good at it, and it wasn't an accurate representation of my intellect. I felt like they
Okay.
were plebs just reading fucking textbooks instead of thinking for themselves.
Oh wow. Yeah, I think I actually for me it's like the opposite. I feel like education is very important, or education is like very concrete, and I feel like I'm inadequate because I don't live up to the expectations of education.
Yeah, so I felt that too. I think it's actually the same feeling. It's one coin with two faces.
Yeah.
So deep down, I felt exactly the way that you did. And then my ego constructed a defense against it, which is that I don't have to feel bad about myself if I put them down.
Yeah.
If they call me ugly, I don't have to listen to them if they're the ones that are ugly.
Hmm.
It protects me to put other people down.
Yeah.
It also helps me not take responsibility because then I get to do nothing about it, right? Because if I'm
Yeah.
truly enlightened and they're all plebs, I don't have to listen to them. I don't have to value what they say.
I
And
guess
their
that's like
rejection of me, which is like F's on my report card, doesn't have to touch me if I devalue them and what they represent.
I guess that's like how I view rejection in some way, or how my attitude towards women in some ways.
What do you mean by that?
Like I see their rejection as like an inadequate, or like as oh my god, I kind of lost my train of thought here. I guess it's how I interpret their rejection of me in general, like as and how I like I feel like I'm not good enough, but in some ways I like getting I think there's something wrong with them and not necessarily something wrong with me. If that makes any
Yep.
sense.
And it's kind of confusing, right? Because there's a part of you that thinks that, and there's a part of you that clearly thinks there is something wrong with you.
Yeah.
Something that's wrong with you that is just so wrong with you that it's unfixable.
Yeah.
Even the word incel, right? So it's like, it's not even virgin anymore. It's like virgin is like someone who hasn't gotten laid yet. Virgins have become incels. Celibate is like a choice. It's like something that happens, in life. It's like a long time span. And somewhere along the way, they're like a bunch of virgins who now call themselves incels.
I think it's the idea that, like, as you said, that it's just never going to happen, or that something has happened to you, or things have happened to you that makes you believe that there's just nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, so what happened to you that made you feel like there's nothing you can do about it?
I think just like constant rejection and constant feedback from like other people.
When you say constant, tell me what constant rejection means.
Well, like when I was in university, like during my first year, I had this kind of idea that if I were to approach like one girl a week, or if I approached a certain amount of girls, that at least one of them would find me attractive. So it was like I was kind of playing the numbers game. But like every girl that I approached just didn't seem interested in either talking to me, or didn't really seem interested in me at all, or they straight up rejected me, or like said they would rather be friends or something else.
And what does that mean? And how do you understand that?
Well, I just understand it as like it as I'm just they're just not attracted to me in general, and I feel like because of how many girls have rejected me, I feel like I can make a state like I could use that as like a sample size to kind of think of like what girls in general would think, I think.
How did you talk to these women?
Usually I just try to approach them, or try to like start up a conversation or whatever, and see if they were interested in talking.
Sorry, Kenny. I just got a little bit frustrated. I got to think about what's frustrating about it. Okay. Can I talk at you for a little bit? Can I
Yeah, sure,
lecture?
go ahead.
Okay. So the first thing is, if you're approaching women, that's not a thing. I don't know what that is, but like here's what I'm going to say. First thing to understand, Ganny, and you're allowed to disagree with any of this, okay? I'm just going to rant. Is that cool?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you ready for it, bro?
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Issue number 1, people are stupid. Okay? What that means is that, like, a lot of times men are stupid and women are stupid. Issue number 2, people don't know themselves. These are like universal facts about humanity. I don't understand what's going on inside myself. And a lot of times I suspect that you don't understand what's going on inside yourself, and the women that you talk to don't understand what's going on in them. So like that's the first thing. So if I think your example is fantastic, that sometimes when you ask a girl out, she doesn't know what to think, or she thinks shockingly more than one thing. That there are reasons she is attracted to you, and there are reasons that she's not interested in you. Second thing is that if you're basing your idea that you're celibate or an incel based on approaching random women on the street and striking out over and over and over again, there's a difference between your worth as a human being and the strategy that you're employing to ask women out.
What do you mean by that?
Like, if I'm a surgeon and I go in and start hacking at people willy-nilly, and then I say, oh, fuck, I'm a terrible surgeon, I will never be able to save a life. There's a huge difference between the way in which I perform surgery and my capacity to perform surgery well. Right? There's like a method here. You're interpreting your value as a human being based on what sounds to me like a terrible way to approach women. Like, you're not treating them like humans. You're treating them like objects to be approached. And I'm not surprised that you get rejected over and over and over again. It has nothing to do with the fact that you're ugly. It has everything to do with the fact that you're probably like you're not, it's not like a normal interaction. Right? Because people don't hit each other up on the street and then like start asking each other out. That happens rarely. It happens in the movies, and we think that Chads do that. And sometimes some people can get away with that shit. But that also has nothing to do with like that person being a Chad. It has everything to do with the fact that an interaction between you and another person, Ganny, involves you and another person. There's a whole other person there with thoughts, feelings, insecurities, their own issues. Case in point, lady who called you ugly because she felt like you were entitled to the attractiveness of all women. I have no idea where she gets that. I mean, maybe you were a toxic asshole and you said that to her, so that's fine, but it sounds like you weren't. It sounds like you didn't even hit on her in any way, shape, or form, and that you were just generally around. And that she chose to call you out as ugly because she felt like you were entitled to the attraction of all women. Does that make sense? Like, that has nothing to do with you, man.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So, like, people are stupid and they don't know what they feel. The other thing is that, like, there are some differences, I suppose, in terms of gender dynamics, in terms of, like, when, how men and women treat each other and find each other attractive and stuff like that. There may be differences there. But I'm telling you, like, as a scientist, the in-group variability far outweighs the between-group variability. That's a tricky sentence. Do you know what that means?
Not really, no.
Okay. So if you look at, like, intelligence amongst ethnicities, what you'll find is that basically people from all over the world, on average, are the same amount of intelligent. So it's not like Indian people are smarter than German people, or that German people are smarter than Indian people. The variability in intelligence within a community far outweighs the difference between communities. There are really smart Indian people and there are really stupid Indian people. There are really smart German people and really stupid Indian people. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
That's also true of genders. So there are women who are attractive and confident and picky and assholes, and there are men who are attractive and confident and picky and assholes. There are also men who are attractive and confident and nice, and there are women who are attractive and confident and nice. There are women who will judge a man based on his appearance within 30 seconds and then decide to date them or not date them. And there are also women who won't do that and who will take some time to get to know people before they decide whether they want to date them or not. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, that makes sense.
Okay. So here's the next thing. I think that a lot of what they could be responding to is not your looks, but your insecurity about your looks. What do you think about that?
Well, I feel like it is a mix of both, but if you are confident in how you look, I think you are more likely to get women or feel attractive.
Okay, so let me ask you something, Ganny. When you come on stream with a mask on,
Yeah,
what do you think that does to your insecurity?
I think it gives it like weight, or it like I feel like it validates it or gives it oxygen.
Absolutely. I love that last part. It's not validating, it gives it oxygen. It helps it grow. And what do you think that insecurity, every time you let your insecurity get a little bit bigger and a little bit bigger, what happens the next time you talk to a girl?
It's I come across as insecure or anxious.
Yeah, right? And they don't know, and it's not that they they're not knocking you off of a list permanently. I think a lot of times what it'll do is it'll probably confuse women. What do you think about that?
Sorry, say that last part again.
I think it confuses women.
What confuses women?
The combination between you approaching them randomly in the street and being a gigantic pile of insecurity.
Yeah, it's probably really weird to have somebody, especially somebody who's anxious or nervous, to just randomly start talking to you out of nowhere.
Absolutely. And then if you're anxious, how do you think they feel?
They probably feel even more anxious or like uncomfortable.
Absolutely, because we're empathic organisms. So I don't think they're looking down on you like you're a piece of shit and they're judging you because they're the superior sex. I think they're really confused and anxious. And generally speaking, when someone is confused and anxious and you ask them if they want to go out with you, what are they going to say?
Probably no.
Even if you're Dr. Chad Thundercock.
You think so?
Pretty sure, bro.
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Any thoughts about what I've said so far?
I mean, it makes sense to me. I've been kind of told versions of this before, but I think the way you say it makes a bit more sense. Like, I feel like probably my insecurity is playing a big role in like how I'm perceived, or I guess my attractiveness overall. Like, especially if I'm randomly approaching people out of nowhere.
Right. I mean, like, so most of the people that most of the successful relationships that I've seen don't start with anyone approaching anyone.
Yeah.
It's like usually like people get into relationships when there are unplanned repeated interactions plus attractiveness. This is the biggest thing that people tend to miss out on. Unplanned repeated interactions is seriously the foundation of most, well, this has changed since online dating, but like if you look at prior to online dating, unplanned repeated interactions are like most of how people like find someone to date. And that's why people date like their coworkers and fellow students. You don't date people off the street. You date your coworkers because like you go to work every day, they go to work every day. You guys like kind of chit chat a little bit. You crack a joke, they laugh. They crack a joke, you laugh. And then like it's sort of like an organic kind of thing. Now online dating's a little bit different. I think that certainly does sound like more of a numbers game, right? And people swiping right and swiping left and whatnot. But even then, there seems to be some amount of like organicness to the more successful relationships.
Yeah.
And what I'm hearing from you is that a lot of your interactions are not organic or natural at all.
Maybe I'm forcing it and trying like way too hard or making people feel uncomfortable because of my the way I'm approaching them partially too.
Yeah, I mean, I certainly think so. But I encourage you to really just kind of look at yourself because I don't think I mean, I can understand everything that you've said. I think it makes sense. Like, I think it makes sense that you felt like you were rejected by that girl at the age of 17. But I think the really tricky thing, Gani, is that with each of those rejections, the confirmation bias grows. And the more you give oxygen to your insecurity, the more it finds confirmation biases. Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, it makes a lot of sense.
So oddly enough, I think that much like the other incels that I've spoken to, I think your shit is a bunch of confirmation bias piled on top of a faulty assumption.
Okay, yeah, that sort of makes sense. What do you think the faulty assumption is? That I'm ugly, or
Either that you're ugly, or I'd say even in a broader sense that you're not worth valuing.
damn?
Right? And we hear subtle tones of that. I think ugliness is just the face of it. But we hear subtle tones of it when you said that you used to acknowledge yourself, and then at some point you started needing acknowledgement from other people. And you noticed that you needed acknowledgement from other people in high school, but I think that sense of that's when you already needed acknowledgement. The hunger was already there in high school. So the question is, where did the hunger start? I think it started earlier. And if I had to put my money on a couple of things, and we'd have to talk more. So oftentimes these hypotheses, it's not that this hypothesis has a high likelihood of being correct, but this is the best that I can come up with. May have something to do with your parents, may have something to do with your mom's boyfriends, may have something to do with your dad, may have something to do with school, and you feeling like you didn't live up to your potential. And the more that you don't feel like you lived up to your potential, the more you need other people to confirm for you that you have potential or that you have value, because you don't get it from in here, so you need it from outside. And if you needed it from outside in high school, I think you started losing that confidence in yourself probably around middle school. And we even hear like a couple of tones of that, right? Because you were interested in girls in middle school, and then you stopped in high school, which is a little bit strange.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this is like one of those stories of like, and we kind of heard a couple of different tones of this from your dad, where it sounds like there's a part of you that feels like your dad should have done better. But then
Yeah,
you also accept blame.
Yeah, I found it hard to just blame somebody absolutely because I know people are complicated and it's hard to just it's kind of
Except women.
short-sighted.
You could blame them absolutely very easily.
Yeah, I think like I mean blaming individuals like blaming people and like a specific person.
Sure. So here's a pro tip, okay? So here's how you move
Okay.
forward. You have any idea?
No, not
Okay.
really.
First thing is stop treating women as a class and start treating them as individuals.
Okay.
What do you think about that?
I mean it's something I've been told before, but I mean it makes sense in general, yeah.
Okay. So and some of them are going to be assholes, right? So like you shouldn't you don't want to go like white knight and like milady them to death. That's also treating them like a class, by the way. It's still dehumanizing them and not treating them as individuals. Um, I'd say that's the first thing. Second thing is give yourself some time. Because I know it can be frustrating to hear, but you're young. And what I mean by time and you're young is give yourself some opportunity for new experience. Give yourself the opportunity to change your thinking. I'm not saying just like change your thinking because your thinking is wrong. If it's your thinking, it's your thinking. There's no reason that my thinking should be better than your thinking. So if there's a part of you that's still convinced that women are going to reject you because you're fucking ugly, then that's fine. You can think that. What I'm saying is that give yourself the opportunity to change your mind. Give yourself the opportunity for an interaction. Watch that thought process give you a reason to explain any interaction with a woman from this day forward. You're going to you're going to DM a woman and then she's going to say something to you. And then that part of your mind, that programming, that incel is going to start giving you reasons and answers. Oh, see, this is because I'm ugly. It's like, dude, the lady hasn't even seen you yet. But she knows I'm ugly because I don't show my face on voice calls. It's that unfalsifiable hypothesis kind of reasoning. You see that?
Yeah.
And then, so give yourself the opportunity to learn or have a different kind of experience. And the last thing is, let the women come if you want it. They'll come in time, Ganny. What you should really focus on is yourself. Because right now, I don't think you're a dude that's like worth being in a relationship with. And I don't mean that like personally to make you feel bad. I just don't think most 19-year-olds are. And give yourself like the benefit to like grow exactly as you are doing. And actually, you've made huge strides on that over the last couple of weeks that I've gotten to know you. Continue working on yourself and then like, give yourself a chance to like feel good about yourself. So think about what it is that you want to accomplish and don't make it too high. It's not about living up to your genius IQ. It's about like, setting small goals for yourself that you can actually set yourself to do. And try to do them. Start small. How do you climb a mountain, Ganny?
Well, I guess one step at a time.
Absolutely. And just because you're an IQ and have a bunch of potential, that just means you're trying to climb Mount Everest instead of Mount Kilimanjaro. So don't get confused because oddly enough, I think intelligence is a burden. It makes your life harder, not easier. What do you think about that?
Yeah, no, I've seen that in my life for sure.
Right? So one of my supervisors once told me that giftedness is a special need. You should treat gifted children like special needs children. And generally speaking, we think about special needs children as handicapped in some way. But I don't think that that's a fair way to put it. I think giftedness is a special need, and those kids do need to be treated differently. They need to be challenged differently. They need to be supported differently. They oftentimes get into this issue of like having way too much potential because they're told, like you're a 5-year-old who's told like, hey, you have a bunch of potential. And then just imagine what that does to a 5-year-old psyche. How does a 5-year-old live up to its potential?
Yeah.
When you say, yeah, what does that mean? I'm asking you.
I guess because it's a lot to expect from somebody, especially at such a young age, and it's a lot to put on their plate, like a lot.
But what are you even putting on their plate? How do they live up to their potential?
I guess they have to live up. I guess they have to be kind of a bit more patient and not expect everything to come immediately.
But how does a 5-year-old understand any of that shit?
I guess the point is the 5-year-old doesn't.
Absolutely. It is impossible to live up to your potential as a 5-year-old because you don't even know what that means. All you know is that you have potential. You have no idea how to live up to it. And your parents don't even know how to live up to it. But the burden gets placed on you then, and your 5-year-old little brain doesn't know what it's supposed to be doing. All it knows is that it's supposed to be doing more than everyone else. That's all a 5-year-old understands about living up to their potential. And so you were placed on an impossible road at a very young age, and you found yourself not walking it. And so then you became insecure about yourself because you feel like a failure, like you haven't lived up to your potential. And then your insecurity finds something. Oh, looks. At least that's something we can wrap our head around. The cosmic potential of your life is like, I don't even know how to wrap your head around that. And so your mind finds looks and it finds women. And see how insecure we are. Now everything makes sense because we have a system. We have a system to understand our insecurity. We have an explanation for our weakness. Because the world makes sense if you're an incel. And you have a bunch of people on the internet telling you things. And it fits. It feels good. It resonates with your experience of life. And that's the saddest fucking thing because it's actually not true. You indoctrinate yourself to believe that you're unattractive and like not valuable to women. And the really sad thing is that's just not true, man. You seem to be a guy who like cares a lot about growing as a human being. And I can guarantee you that that's what makes a good partner. I know a lot of people want to just get laid and whatnot, and Chads and Stacy's and plates and all that kind of good stuff. But if you're talking about actually building a relationship, the hard thing about a successful relationship is that you start as two people and then you change. Because if you started dating someone tomorrow, Ganymede, like in 5 years, you would be a completely different person and she would be a completely different person. Yeah. And then 5 years after that, you would change again. And so the most important thing, I think, for a healthy and successful relationship is someone who's willing to change. Not like become what your partner wants you to become, but become what your partner needs you to be and what you need yourself to be. And so give yourself the opportunity to do that.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess in some ways, like if the opportunity presents itself to be in a relationship and I'm not prepared mentally, that could probably, like, the consequences for that could be pretty bad too.
Absolutely. So does that mean you should be in the relationship?
Not quite. I guess not.
Incorrect.
Oh. Why is that incorrect?
Dude, man, go for it. If you have the opportunity to engage in a relationship.
Yeah, I guess because you still learn, you still get something out of it, right?
Absolutely, man. Right? And at the end of the day, like, I'm one of these old school noobs who believes in love. And I still, like, I have a pretty, like, I think I'm a believer in one-itis. I don't think one-itis is a bad thing. So, I definitely do think that people can get overly obsessed with one human being, and sometimes that can be harmful. But I don't think it's like one-itis as a class of stuff is bad. Right? Love can definitely be like awesome, and it can also be devastating. One-itis, if you pick the wrong person and you're not willing to let them go, or you should invest in people who are willing to invest in you. And if one-itis means investing, I think a lot of times what it ends up meaning when they kind of talk about it in a negative way is it's essentially investing in a relationship that isn't reciprocated. That I think is unhealthy. But it all depends on the person. And Ganny, I think if you have the opportunity for a relationship, even if you're not ready, I'd say give it a shot. And then learn. Because oftentimes we don't become ready before we do things. I don't know how else to put that. Does that make sense?
Not quite. What do you mean by that?
So is anyone ready to be a parent?
Not quite. No.
How do you become a competent parent?
You have to parent. You have to have experience.
Absolutely, bro. So you may never be ready for a relationship. Don't let that stop you, man.
Yeah, I guess that's a way to think about it. Yeah.
Just fail magnificently. You shouldn't avoid failure. Just fail magnificently. Just go for it, man.
Well,
And
I guess
see where
failure is a normal part of learning. I mean, if you don't fail, what are you gonna do, right?
you're gonna lay on the ground and do nothing, which is exactly what we love to do. That's us, man. Now we
Yeah.
come full circle. So I think we're done for today. Because
Okay,
that's
thank
it,
you.
right?
Yeah.
You can blame the world and do nothing, or you can fail magnificently. But don't confuse yourself, because success is not an option. Take success off of your plate. Your two options are to do nothing or fail magnificently. Your life will transform overnight if you internalize this idea. Do not attach yourself to the outcomes of your actions. Devote yourself to the action themselves.
I guess don't go into things with a specific expectation about what you want out of it, but just do what you need to do.
Yeah. And it's okay to want something, right? It's okay to have an expectation, but just acknowledge that that's an expectation and don't hold yourself to it.
Yeah.
Questions?
I don't have any questions right now. I can't think of anything right off the bat, so.
So I have a very challenging meditation exercise for you if you want to try it.
Okay, sure.
Okay, can you turn your camera back on? Well, I was going to ask you to take your mask off, or at least think about taking your mask off. And I wanted
Yeah.
you to notice the insecurity that arises within you. What do you think about that?
I can take it off anyways.
Yeah, but you have to do it on camera. That's the whole point.
Oh shit. Well, I'm sorry about that.
That's okay. So see if you can get your phone charging. That's okay.
Okay.
Okay,
Oh,
so
that's okay?
this is what I want you to do, Ganny. So sit up straight.
Okay.
It's not the same unless you're on camera. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, I get what you're trying to go for.
What am I trying to go for?
You're trying to get me to kind of accept the way I look or not be so insecure
No,
about it.
good God, no. Holy shit, that's hard. I'm not trying to get you to accept anything. What I'm trying to get you to do, sorry for cutting you off. But no. None of that feel good, accept yourself bullshit. What I want you to do is face your overwhelming fear.
Yeah. I'm gonna see if I can find, because I'm gonna see if I can try a different cord and see if it charges. Hold on.
Good. Look at the balls on this one, to chat. Oh God. I hate all this positivity stuff. Except who I am is an ugly motherfucker. Embrace your ugliness. No, man, it's not about that. It's not about. Are you still around?
Yeah, no, I'm here, but it's might take a little while to charge.
Okay,
So
take your time, bro. Chat is willing to wait for the big reveal. Got to keep us in suspense for education and entertainment purposes only. So here's the idea behind the practice. So earlier, Ganny, I'm just going to talk about you in the third person while you look for it, because I don't know if you're here or not. Okay.
Okay, sure, go ahead.
Okay. So here's the thing. So Ganny has a belief about himself. I love your phrasing, by the way. Real 500 IQ play there. It gives it oxygen. Right? So the interesting thing that I want you to do today in meditation is don't worry about like whether you're actually ugly or not. That's not the point. The point is, if I ask you to take off the mask, the insecurity is going to like awaken like a slumbering dragon. And it's going to wake up and it's going to be like, no, don't do it. What I want you to do, and even you can fail at taking the mask off, you can stop yourself from doing it. That's fine too. It's not really about whether you take the mask off or not, but it kind of is. It's about noticing that within yourself there is a force that tries to control you. Right? And that's the force of insecurity. And literally, like, think about what the force of insecurity is doing to you. If we think about the actual physical action of taking a mask off, it's nothing. Right? It's
Okay,
just like,
I can think of another thing to do here if this takes too long. I have a laptop that has a webcam on it. It's kind of shitty, but
good enough. Can I troll
okay.
you for a second, Ganny?
Yeah, sure.
If you're ugly, is it better to have a shitty webcam or a good webcam?
A shitty webcam.
All right, boot up your laptop, bro. Okay. So anyway, well, I hope you guys understand what I'm saying. So we're gonna see the feeling of insecurity. So like, notice that the physical action of taking a mask off is just you just pluck out the little strings and then it's off, right? It's like 5 seconds, but you can't do it. You can't do it. It won't let you do it, right? Your mind won't let you do that thing. She was pretending he ghosted me. That's okay. If Ganny ghosts us, so be it. His insecurity won out, which is okay. Remember, it's not about saying no, thank you, I don't feel comfortable doing it. If you're gonna fail, do it magnificently and leave Twitch chat waiting for like 30 minutes while you never show up. Jebaited. Right? Yeah, so did you guys catch that? Don't put it in this guy. Who's this guy? He caught it. Somebody caught it. The insecurity dragon faced itself. Don't put it in the thumbnail. Did you guys catch that? So you guys see how it's so quick. So what you guys got to do is like look at yourself, right? Not if you're ugly though. Okay, now we're gonna do this. Okay. So what I want you to do, is so close your eyes, Yanni. Close your eyes and sit up straight. And I want you to just notice yourself. Notice the thoughts that go through your head. Oh, there we go.
What?
So, yep, you're doing good. Just close your eyes. How do you feel right now? Talk to me.
Slightly uncomfortable. I don't know.
Okay, good. So tell me, what does the discomfort feel like?
Just a bit nervous, a little bit anxious.
Okay. Where do you feel that anxiety physically in your body?
Mainly in my back and in my shoulders.
Okay, good. Eyes closed. Okay, good.
Okay.
So now I want you to think about taking the mask off, Gammy. And I want you, as I tell you to think about it, notice what happens within yourself. Tell me what happens.
I start to get kind of nervous, I think.
Okay, where do you feel that nervousness?
In my back mainly.
Okay. Do you have particular thoughts?
Not nothing that I can pick out specifically.
Okay. Okay, that's okay. So now I want you to just notice that like there are going to be forces within you that are concerned, right? So you asked us before, it sounds like you're thinking about taking your mask off, so that's fine. But you mentioned don't put it in the thumbnail. So that's a good example
Yeah,
of
no,
like,
that's just like
yeah, tell us about it.
it's an anonymity thing mainly.
Okay, that's fine. So by the way, if you want to stay anonymous, then you can do that. I don't want to pressure you into not being anonymous. I feel like this is a good example of depriving the insecurity of oxygen, and that's why I'm asking you to do this. Is that distinction clear?
Yeah, no, it makes sense.
Okay, do you want to try to deprive your insecurity of oxygen?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so then take the mask off. Eyes closed. Okay. And now how do you feel?
I feel a little bit exposed now.
Okay, good. What does the feeling of exposed feel like?
Well, I feel kind of tense, and I know it sounds weird, but kind of naked. Like I feel like there's nothing to cover my shame.
Yes, good. Okay. So now let's just look at that for a second. Can you look at it with me? Again, you with me, buddy?
Should I open my eyes?
No. I'm
Yeah,
just
should I
saying,
open my eyes?
no, don't open your eyes, but just can you listen to the words that I'm saying, or does that sense of being exposed overwhelm you?
No, I can listen.
So now let me ask you something. Why does someone
Okay.
need to not show, like when we think about exposing involves seeing what?
Well, it depends what you're exposing, right?
Right, but like when we use the word expose, we're sort of talking about something unsavory, right? That's the presumption.
Yeah.
Like if I if I go get some flowers from outside, I don't expose them in a vase. Right? I display them.
Yeah.
But displaying and exposing are both showing. You with me?
Yeah, no, I'm with you.
So what is it that we expose? Like it's something unsavory.
Yeah, or something that you don't want people don't want to see.
So wait, you don't want people to see or people don't want to see?
Something that people that I think both, like you don't want people to see, and something that you
Very
expect people
good,
don't
right?
want,
Because
like something
now
that you
notice this comes from you, Ganny. You don't know what people want to see, but you are afraid that if they see it, then what's going to happen?
that they're gonna judge me. They're gonna think poorly of me, like look down on me.
Okay. And what judgments are they going to have for you?
They're probably gonna think I'm ugly. Like that's what I think people are gonna think.
Okay. So now do you feel like people are thinking no looking, no peeking at Twitch chat?
Okay, sorry.
Do you feel ugly?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. So now I want you to focus on your breath for a second. So notice that there's a feeling of ugliness. Like, what the fuck is that even? Like, ugliness is not.
Yeah, it's hard to explain.
It's weird, right? Because, like, we think about ugliness as a physical attribute, correct?
Yeah,
But, like, it's not. It's a feeling. What holds you back is a feeling, it's not a truth. Does that make sense?
yeah, yeah. No, it makes sense.
Okay, so just notice that feeling of ugliness and, like, tell me a little bit about it.
Well, it's. I mean, it's obviously a negative feeling, and I feel I don't know. I kind of feel it in my gut right now. Like,
Good.
I feel like I'm making a mistake. I don't know.
Good. Okay, good. Right? So this is it's a protective mechanism. Something in your body is warning you.
Yeah.
Do you see that? So now I'm going to ask you a couple questions, Ganny. What has happened in the past when you have shown yourself to other people? I was about to say exposed, but that would be way
They've
too
had
troll-free.
negative things to say about it. Like they.
And when was the first time you felt this way?
The first time I felt this way was I can't even remember. Like probably not too long ago, or not too long ago. Probably like a little while ago.
Okay. This feeling of being exposed and fear of judgment, that's a feeling that's new to you?
Uh, mm, no, not really.
Okay. How long has that feeling been familiar?
For like a few years now.
Okay. And so would it be fair to say I'm going to try to put words to it, okay? You let me know if I'm not trying to lead you, but you let me know if I'm right or wrong.
Okay.
Are you afraid of
Okay.
what other people will see you as?
Definitely, yeah.
Okay. How long have you been ashamed of what's inside?
Like I feel like I'm more ashamed of what's outside than what's inside, honestly.
Okay. How long have you been ashamed of it?
I think for like a few years now.
Okay. So now I want you to pause for a second and think about this. You've already exposed yourself. It's done. You've taken your mask off. What do you think about that?
Well, I'm not sure if I'm gonna regret this, but I mean, I already did it. There's nothing I can do about it now.
Yeah. Do you regret it right now?
A little bit.
Okay, good. Tell me about that feeling of regret.
um, I don't know. I just feel I feel like now kind of like it's like I've opened Pandora's box and I don't know what's going to happen as a result of me showing my face here like right now in this moment.
Good. Do you know? So I want you to just take a snapshot of how you feel. Is there any feeling besides the Pandora's box?
Well, part of me feels like at least out there, like at least now I don't have to hide, or I'm not hiding to the same extent anymore.
Yep. So I want you to take a snapshot of how you feel right now. Do you know
Okay.
what we call how you feel right now? There's a word for this
No,
emotion. Can you guess what it is?
what isn't?
Should we ask Twitch chat or should I tell you?
Insecurity?
Nope, incorrect.
Just tell me.
This is what we call courage.
Oh, really?
Yeah. How does courage feel?
Well, when you put it like courage, I feel a little bit better. Like I feel like I'm at least making a good decision rather than a bad one.
It could be a bad decision, right? Pandora's box and all that.
Yeah.
Here's the crazy
Yeah.
Here's the crazy thing about courage. Courage doesn't feel good. We make it sound like a good emotion,
Yeah.
but it's not a good emotion. Courage is awful. What do you think about that?
Yeah. No, it makes sense.
Yeah. And so now I want you to try to appreciate yourself for a moment. Right? That like you did it. And you decided to take a chance. And it could end up terribly. I don't think it's going to, really. I don't think it is, Danny.
Yeah.
But facing the fear is actually the hardest part. Right? It's the insecurity that holds us back from acting. That's the hard part. We're controlled by like these feelings on the inside. Ugliness is not even a thing. There's no like it's not a thing. I'm just talking to a guy on stream. If we had never had this conversation and we talked about what your favorite video game was for an hour and a half, you would be the same exact person. Twitch wouldn't know anything about you being afraid that you were ugly. It's all coming from you, man. It's not that the world judges you in a particular way. It's not that some woman... Sure, people can call you ugly from time to time, like that one particular woman called you ugly, but that's because she's got her own social justice shit that is going on. Or whatever.
Yeah.
Right? You are what you are. Nothing can change that. And the world can judge you, but any kind of judgment, if you give into it, is going to be damaging. And here's the crazy thing. The world judged you for being brilliant, and what did that do to you?
I mean, it kind of
The
it
correct
made
word
life
is
a lot harder
fucked
for
you.
me.
It fucked you.
Yeah.
And that's such a... But who wouldn't want to be judged as brilliant or beautiful? All judgment fucks you. That's what judgment does. Big truth that Buddha discovered. All judgment is bad. You are what you are, Gandhi. Whether you're ugly or you're attractive or whatever, I have no idea. It's not my place to say. What I can say is that you're courageous. What I can say is that you haven't figured everything out yet, and thank God for that, because if you had figured everything out, then your conclusions mean that your life would suck. All it takes is courage. Courage and an open mind. And give yourself the chance to change.
Okay.
How do you feel right now?
A little bit nervous. I don't know.
Good. See, I'm telling you all these really inspiring words. And what's
Yeah.
happening inside you?
Well, I feel a little bit better about it, but it's still, I don't know. I'm gonna need some time, a few days to think about what just happened.
Fantastic. That's what we want you to do. But what's happening inside you? You see that little thing? It's like an animal.
Yeah,
I can say as much Dr. K inspiring shit as I want to, and that animal is still there. Do you see how it has a life of its own?
yeah,
But that's not you, man. That's it. Can you see that it is separate from you?
kind of, yeah.
Okay. So now I want you to try something. One last thing. Put the mask back on.
Okay. I don't know if this is on straight, so
That doesn't matter. Is that the beast talking again?
okay.
Now the mask is on. Do you feel safe?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Okay.
I feel like it's already been exposed, so it's like, what can I do now?
Exactly. But still, so despite the fact that what can you do now, you still feel a little bit safer. Now take it off again. Do you feel re-exposed?
Yeah, I do.
It's weird, right? But even then, like nothing
Yeah,
has changed. People have seen your face already. It doesn't make any
yeah,
sense. It's just this thing inside you that has a life of its own. It's not logical. It's not true in any way, shape, or form. Does that make sense? It's just like it. Like mask is on. Oh, I feel better. Mask is off again. Oh, I feel worse again. Like what the fuck? You've had it off for the last 5 minutes. Like what difference does it make? But that
guess that's
insecurity
true.
doesn't care. It's not logical. And it'll find whatever reasons it can to justify its existence and convince you otherwise. So practice not
Yeah.
listening to it. Practice courage. And then one day, you'll be ready to talk to a woman.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any last thoughts or questions?
No, not that I can think of.
What are you feeling now? I see you smiling.
I don't know what I feel, honestly. I'm gonna have to take some time to think about it, as I said
Beautiful.
before.
Right? So, like, just that's awesome, man, because what you used to feel was nervousness, and now you're saying, I'm not sure. Which is exactly what we want for you, dude, is to not know for certainty what your life holds. The more you say, I need to think about it and I'm going to figure it out, the better your life is going to be. So that is the
Yeah.
right answer. And I think we're done for today. What do you think?
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think this is a good place to end it.
All right, man. Listen, Getty,
All right, see you.
I really wish you all the best, man. I think that, like, just keep walking what you're walking and don't let
Okay.
yourself, it's okay to be held back by your insecurities, but for only so long. And keep
Okay.
doing what you're doing. And don't give up on the rest of humanity because we're not going to give up on you.
Well, thank you. That feels better to hear.
All right, take care, man.
Okay, take care. Bye.
Okay. GG Ganymede. Right. Oh my goodness. Ganny the legend. Be careful, chat. Be careful of the expectations that you put upon Ganny's back.
yo me he dado cuenta que
Well, good morning, early afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Today, we are at a substantial milestone. Not quite the last episode, I know some of you may have suspected so, but today we are getting the final piece of the Staff of Chaos, and we're doing it in the one province that we shouldn't have been to yet. The thing is, I have a memory of us being here already. Was that off screen, or did that actually appear in one of the videos? Anyway, we're at Morrowind, the location of one of the very first big games in this franchise, and actually host the final piece of the Staff of Chaos. So we're starting out here at Mournhold, which is actually one of the locations I represent from the information in the later games. And I just kind of like the sound of, they kind of have kind of a haunted feel to the whole province of Morrowind in this game. You know, they're the Dark Elves and they're evil and they've got like this weird undeady side to them, it almost feels like. But what I'm really interested in here is the text at the bottom where it says, you enter Mournhold, lost city-state of the First Empire. It is said that a great evil resides under this city, slowly driving its citizens mad. Now, that's a really cool little bit of flavor information about this area. And I don't know if I've been clear about this as the series has gone along. So let me be now. Every single place... Let me turn my speaker down a little bit here. Man, I've got a bug with my speakers where as I turn my speakers down, they sometimes get louder. Has anyone ever had that problem? Because I do, and it's the worst thing in the world where, you know, it's late at night, you're trying to make your PC be quieter and it ends up blaring for a few seconds. Anyway, what I want to draw attention to is every one of the cities, so like Blacklight up here, Ebonheart up here, Kraganmore, Firewatch, and Necrom. You notice, by the way, there are no cities in Arena in the actual central island. This island will become known as Vardenfell, and it's actually what the location of the third game, Elder Scrolls Morrowind. There's no cities here, apparently. Yeah, when we get there in the game, we will find some. And there's not actually too much of a time difference between the two games, which sort of suggests that the cities on the island are unremarkable compared to the cities off the island, which makes the cities off the island seem really big and cool. But the point is, all of them have got a nice little bit of unique flavor text like that. And I suppose a truly exhaustive arena playthrough would have you fast travel to every city of every province just to read that little bit. The thing is, most of the time it's really boring and really generic, so you wouldn't really get much out of it. Morrowind's kind of cool, though, in that pretty much every single one of them referred to the volcano on the central island, which will actually ultimately be our destination in today's video. But first of all, we do need to get a vision from Rhea and see what she has to say. This is where some of the dialogue starts getting a little bit buggy as well, for what it's worth. And you could actually miss a substantial amount of story text over these next two videos. But let's see what we'll get. Let's camp for a while. Let's camp for like 12 hours, because it's going to be night in a second, and I want to go all the way through the night. Wow, she didn't want to speak to us, even after all that time. It's okay, because there's just a couple of orcs, not lizard men, orcs. See, we're getting there, we're learning. I'm dog sitting at the moment, and he won't learn the most basic of information about going outside.
No chances, for Tharn has no mercy, and will attack the moment he perceives the staff reassembled. You must be swift. To the northeast lies the Fire Mountain, Dagather. Somewhere in its volcanic depths is the final piece of the Staff of Chaos. The entrance to that fabled mountain has disappeared with the dwarves that mined it. There may still be those who know of it, however. Find the entrance, enter the volcanic catacombs, and return with the final piece of the staff. We are so close. I wish you well.
So yeah, described as northeast there. Obviously, they're still considering that you would be in Blackmarsh. So, the volcano. But we do have a little bit of a ways before we'll get there. Another little reference there, of course, to the dwarves, who are not playable and, you know, have always been a part of the saying, something I've quite enjoyed. So we may as well just ask people here in the town what exactly is going on. And, see what we've got. So who are you? You can call me Azaril Avelbrook. I am a weaver. I hope to be hired to make a new tapestry for the palace. You know, we haven't actually been to any palaces for so long. Where is Dagather? Last I heard, the Mages Guild was looking somewhere near Ebonheart, or was it Tear? I'm not sure, but you should probably start your search around there. So we're definitely going to go to Ebonheart. Ebonheart, I know, is a very significant location in Morrowind, so I'm hoping that that's the right one. And yeah, this is not going to be a palace either. It's going to be the Mages Guild again. I really think Bethesda could have done better with that, you know. It's like Mages Guild 90% of the time, then they have you go to a temple twice, proving that, you know, that was possible. And, you know, one palace. There was only one time we went to a palace, right? So Ebonheart is here on the mainland, but kind of near the borders of the Isle in the center. I'm curious if the word Vardenfell will appear anywhere here. It's weird because so many of the arena names seem generic and strange, but Morrowind is such a fleshed out location in the later games that suddenly all the places feel really real, and I have these deep connections with all the place names. Same happened in Skyrim. Not so much with Cyrodiil, the central province, in this, because as we saw in a much earlier episode now, it's not really filled out with real places to go. Alright, so here's Ebonheart. To the north, you can see the red-orange glow of Dagath-Ur, the fire cone on the Black Isle. This city's ruler has a reputation of being extremely ruthless. And they keep calling the volcano the fire cone as well, by the way. Oh, what is that? It looks like some kind of hole in the ground. That's good, like a pothole. That's kind of cool. We've never seen one of those. It almost looks like a body that you could click and get some loot from. Right, well, we're obviously going to have to wait for day. Look at how utterly dark it is here in this province. Very fitting for the Dark Elves, I suppose. This location, like obviously several of the other cities and things around here, you could obviously start the game as if you began as a Dark Elf. So this could be where you came from. We obviously had a lot of good reasons to pick a Redguard. One of them being that obviously the first main quests are going to be starting all the way over there in Hammerfell, so we may as well have began there ourselves. Right, nice and foggy and misty, lovely. If we were a speedrunner, we'd be very annoyed with this, because it slows down the game's, you know, speed, basically. And you can't get around quick enough. Also, if we were a speedrunner, we would have memorized exactly where the Mages Guild is. Let's talk to this person. Who are you? Good day, Redguard. My name is Niseth Avalum, the city-state cook. I slop gruel for the dear souls at the Conclave of Mercy. Lovely. Well, can you tell me where the Mages Guild is? Well, actually, if we ask about Dagath-Ur now that we're here, it was rumoured that dwarves built a secret opening to the Mount Dagath-Ur. Now, any knowledge of that is lost, unless the palace kept records. You may wish to go inquire there. Wow, wait, hold on, really? I thought we were going to the Mages Guild. No, we are going to the palace? Oh, that's too good. Okay, that's easy south of it. Alright, well done, Bethesda. At least they do take us back to a palace, I guess. They all worked out in the end, guys. I could have sworn this was a Mages Guild one. Alright. Well, I think this is the Mages Guild we're actually running past now, isn't it? So we could even check in there. But since he said the palace, I'm pretty sure we'll end up going to the palace. I guess it works as well. You know, the thing that tipped me off to talking about that was as we entered here, it said that the ruler was a ruthless person. And we so rarely get these ruthless state rulers and so on. But I guess in this town we will a little bit. And if they actually act ruthless in the story as well, I'll consider that another big positive. We get they tend to do like the potion makers near the entrances to the palaces. Kind of weird. As you enter the audience chamber of the King of Ebonheart, you feel the autumn chill from the outside is actually intensified within. The thick furs and darkly beautiful ornaments that decorate the walls will make you feel as if you're being watched. King Cassis looks up from the conference he is having with the Council of Elders. So the Council of Elders are mentioned there. That's really interesting. I guess that's probably his Council of Elders. It's nothing to do with anything else. There you go. We get to see a king. Looks pretty good. Enjoy that we're getting still some new assets, even this late into the game. He says, my name is King Cassick, and I have heard that you seek Dagath-Ur, the legendary home of the Dwarven people. So we get all this information about the dwarves, that this was their home even. Perhaps we can help one another. I have in my possession the Anvil of Methus, greatest of the Dwarven blacksmiths. Only one object was strong enough not to shatter when used to shape metal upon the anvil, the Hammer of Gairen. It is said that the ring of the hammer upon the anvil speaks to the user, telling him the entrance to the Mount of Dagath-Ur. With the raw metals present within the mountain, my blacksmiths will be able to fashion the finest weapons and armor in the realm. Recover the hammer for me. It was supposedly lost in the dungeon known as the Black Gate. I will show you where this dungeon can be found. Black Gate makes me think again of Middle-earth. You'll be rewarded for this deed with the location of the entrance to Dagothr. You can journey there and explore it to your heart's content. Do you agree? I know it doesn't really make much sense, but that's such a fantastical and cool idea, the ring of the hammer on the anvil revealing a location to a place. I think that's very inspired. So let's do it. Yes, do I agree? I definitely do. You do me a great service, Tarlin, one that I nor my people will easily forget. Come, here is the location of the Black Gate. King Kasich inscribes the location of the Black Gate, home of the Hammer of Garen, onto your map. Alright. And he says he has nothing further to discuss. We could obviously try and, you know, fight the guards and do the prison thing as we showed off before, but that's really not too necessary. So, there we have it. We hit the right place. Nice to be in Ebonheart. Maybe one day we'll return. And we can see the Black Gate is down here now. So, based on current weather, it will take 5 days to travel here. These 2 dungeons, to get the final piece of the Staff of Chaos, you're going to find have a lot of stuff to do with keys. So nothing for it. In fact, hold on. There is something for it. First, let's have a quick look and make sure I have enough potions, because I drank a lot against those Medusa last episode. Okay, 57. Yeah, we're still good. Free action, 23. I've probably got a little bit crazy with the potions, but I'm just so insecure. We've still got 10 invis. 7 staff pieces, guys. Ooh. Alright, let's collect the hammer. So as with yesterday, I'm going to keep my eye out for a better tower shield as well. Or hell, any melee ebony weapon. I've actually swapped us from the katana over to the longsword here. You can't really see that I'm changing up because these are, you know, they're both basically just blades. So you don't really get too much difference. But, so yeah, let's talk a little bit about this dungeon. It's quite simple if you know where to go, and that's always true to a certain extent for all arena dungeons, but this one especially so. I actually really like the layout and think that this should have appeared as one of the first dungeon layouts that you go to. Do you remember very recently one of the other dungeons we went to? I'm pretty sure it was the one in High Rock. Maybe it was the Black Marsh one? I think it was High Rock, where the bottom floor was a giant open room filled with water. And it had little islands, and the islands had buildings on them, right? Well, this one's similar. As you can see, there's a trench of water here that I crossed on a bridge. This dungeon's the same thing, but instead of it being majority water and just a little bit of ground, is majority ground. And here, let me just throw up a map for you on the wiki so you can get a sense. You'll see that essentially, the whole dungeon is split into mini sections by these canalways. We're going to start in the top right one, we just go south across the bridge. And then to the west, across the bridge, west again, and then north in that little section there. I mean, yeah, there's the extra unnecessary lava pits, but it's really not so bad. In fact, I've already crossed the first 3 of the rivers. There's just something very sensible and clear about the layout, and I get that's me coming into it with, like, the map knowing, and players in the early 90s wouldn't necessarily have had that because they're drawing their own maps or they're just fumbling around completely blindly, so maybe what I'm saying doesn't really matter, but it does feel like a good kind of starter place to go to. If the map thing kind of ruins it, well, it wouldn't be too hard to add a bit of dialogue that says, oh, there are canalways, and all you have to do is cross this one in this direction, this one in this direction, this one in this direction, you'll be nearly there. You know, it could have worked. And speaking of dialogue, I don't know whether Bethesda were crunched or what, or they had assigned different devs to different dungeons and some of them put more effort in or what, but this is another example, and it's unfortunate because we're at the end of the main quest line here, really, so you'd expect them to be really upping the ante. This is an example of a dungeon that doesn't really have any dialogue, like anywhere. There's some weird assets of skeletons with daggers stuck in them that I don't think we've seen for ages and ages and ages, but it's not really a standout in that way. They've done way better, and it just feels like they ran out of time here, honestly. The enemies are a little bit scary, but mostly it's boring things until every now and then where you find something like this, an iron golem, which I'm actually happy to see now because I believe in the experience they give us so much. And their corpses are cool, you know, they don't fall, they stay standing there. There's something pretty sweet about that. And I think the very end of the dungeon is guarded by Medusa too, or the end of this floor, sorry. So the big thing as well for making this dungeon easy to do with the canalways is you can just use levitate and float along the rivers, And what you'll find is that there's a tiny little island in the rivers with a hidden door, as in, you know, you click one of the walls randomly, and that will open you up basically right next to the exit to the floor. So it's a very simple affair of floating along the rivers. You could even swim along the rivers if you really wanted, and then just identifying this one hidden door. And that feels very deliberate and very cool to me. You might be wondering why I'm therefore not doing it. Well, because I kind of want to take my time with the game, and I want to play the game, you know? Arena, from start to finish, has been something where it's like, well, if you really optimize and use all the tricks in the book, you're just not going to experience it as it's meant to be experienced. So I thought I'd play the dungeon for realsies, and appreciate it in a way that I would guess most modern players don't. As you can see here, we actually get hit pretty hard. Shock resistance, pretty necessary. I do think I verified in this dungeon that shock resistance does help against the rock golems. The bestiary's really thrown me off the whole time, saying that they're throwing rocks at me. But check this out. That guy really didn't do much damage to me at all there, despite hitting me point blank with that projectile. And these things were, and this guy as well. You know, that's a serious ambush they set up there. They spawned one behind me. I should have really been beaten up, but because I had the shock resistance from the room before, I think it was fine. So my compliments about this as a starter dungeon kind of end with everything I've said so far. There is one little caveat. You'll notice that this final section I've been sort of stuck in for a while. And the reason for that is that it's a hidden door. It's a dungeon filled with regular, easy-to-see doors until this last moment here, where you need to click blindly against a wall unless you've identified that there's a red square there on your map because you opened the map at the right time in the right place. So not ideal, and it actually led me to spending way more time here than I realistically wanted to. In the meantime, when I was reading about this dungeon in the later games, I did find something interesting. So first of all, eventually they do expand on this area. Obviously, Arena hasn't really gone into much, so most of these topics are just going to go right over our heads for now. But there was a particular time in this area of the world known as the Time of the Tribunal, and various conflicts associated with it where this was a stronghold. But one of the interesting things I did also find is in a book in one of the later games that you can read, it's actually revealed that after the events of Arena, what we're doing right now, we're playing as Tarlin, who will in the later games be known as the Eternal Champion. Okay, that's just going to be our name, and whenever the Eternal Champion is referenced, it's going to be talking about this game and this character's story. Remember, they have to keep it generic because the Eternal Champion doesn't have to be called Tarlin, and the Eternal Champion could be of any race and so on. But they do actually reveal later, in a kind of a sideways way, that there will be pilgrims that follow the steps the Eternal Champion took, i.e. go in order through all the various locations. And that would mean that pilgrims do kind of come to Blackgate just to honor what we're doing here in later years. And I think that that's kind of a really fun idea. And that's been true. That's a little bit of a factoid, a bit of trivia that we could have heard anywhere in the story so far. So this room here, I think this is the really dastardly room that actually has a fake wall in it that you're meant to click, but also has several normal doorways that seem to just lead you around, right? So I got very confused here, and it's actually quite costly to spend all this extra time around because every room really is kind of dangerous. I do wonder if I had leveled slightly different throughout the story so far and we had just obscene amounts of willpower at this point and more ways to resist all of this magic projectiles. So here, this corridor, you see that door, this is the little island platform leading out to the canal that I was talking about that takes you right to the end of the floor. See here? So imagine that first bridge we crossed, instead of just traveling through all the normal ways, I just floated or swam through the trench, stand on that, click the door, the wall, it turns out to be a door, and then you can come into this room where, again, the main way forwards, I think, is against one of these walls. It's only when I open this map here that I see, yeah, see that? There's a red square on the map right next to us. And I actually went to the wrong direction completely. I went west wall instead of north wall because I'm a dummy. Oh, wait, no, that's not right at all. Man, I just got so confused here in the commentary. It totally looked like it was next to us. Well, anyway, it's that kind of texture again. We just got to navigate our way around. And I know this is a little bit of a pain. It's always frustrating when you're at the end of something and then you just can't quite get to the finishing line. But don't forget, when the enemies die, they generally will be dead. And it turns out the next floor is really kind of simple, which again I kind of appreciate as a player. Here's the hidden door. You see, it's this one here. But at the same time, I also kind of just think they must have run out of time, you know? They must have had grander plans, bigger ambitions, and they ended up doing small stuff 2 dungeons in a row, really. So yeah, the final room here is filled with treasure that you're obviously going to make a beeline for, but turns out to be flanked by 2 Medusa. Now, I've mentioned this a couple of times, the idea that one will paralyze you while the other attacks you. And here we actually finally get that experience, because we managed to get through the Mirkwood without having to do any AoE Medusa things. Obviously, between the 2 videos, I had to walk out of the Mirkwood. A real pleasure, I think, of you guys watching these videos rather than playing the game is you don't have to do all the adventures in reverse. And those are times where I tend to use Passwall more, I tend to use Levitation more. I haven't actually used Invisibility to sneak out yet. I've not gone that cheesy, but you could totally do that if you wanted. If you wanted a semi-authentic arena playthrough, do all your adventures to getting artifacts and staff pieces, and you know the mini quest items as no invisibility, no levitation, stuff like that. But then use it to get back out just to make it easier for you. That could be pretty good. But yeah, so I never had to fight multiple Medusas on the way out of the Mirkwood either. So a bunch of treasure, no shields, unfortunately, again. And they do kind of a weird thing where there's like layers here. You could go through the middle layer that I was just looking at, but it's just a trench in a ring. You want to go on the very outer wall. See that? There's just a trench there. I don't know why it's there or what they were thinking. It's kind of a cool construct. It feels fun to look at, but yeah, there's not much more going with it. And running right round to the north, you can find the stairs down. And believe it or not, we are about to get the anvil, because it's really not very hard to find. So the riddle for this floor is right at the start instead of the end. Sometimes we've seen double riddles. This time we just get one, but it's immediately here. This door is still tight. A question is carved about it. What answer do you give? What is this thing which comes in sheets, yet cannot be folded or gathered again? So I actually had to look up online this. I really didn't know this. It does work as a riddle. It does make sense. Me coming into it with like the map. It turns out
to before I changed, started acting strange, had my life in my own hand. Meanwhile, I was wasting time, thinking things were fine, but you had other plans. Behind your weak disguise, all the worthless lies, I was wrong and now I know. Don't think that I won't try, this is not goodbye. not found, but I didn't realize. Like a giant standing in my way, leading me astray. Now it's time for me to rise. I knew I had to find myself. Turns out I'm on my own. I won't let it go. The brighter road that you pretend to know. The fire in my heart, it burns in your shadow. The silver lining, it began to rust, and I get who I can and cannot trust. I won't let it go.
must wanna be burned, 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 burned. We must wanna be burned, 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 burned. We must wanna be.
Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? Do you hear what I hear? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? Do you don't you? Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? Do you don't you? Don't you? Don't you?
you got to say. My heart is on display, but I'm not afraid. Yeah, I'm not afraid. Why you been getting busy? I've been getting dizzy, trying not to keep you in mind. Now all the devices suddenly enticing since you came back in my life. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you. I've been waiting for you, been waiting for you, been waiting for you.
rising higher. They stood in the fire, burned with desire, love and emotion. They dance with devotion. They stood in the fire, burned with desire, love and emotion. They dance with devotion. They stood in the fire. Tighter than before, they still want something more. Heat dries out the skin as their patience grows thinner, thinner than before, as they want even more, as they share in this fire. They stood in the fire, burn with desire, love and emotion. They dance with devotion. They stood in the fire, burn with desire, love and emotion. They dance with devotion. Stood in the fire, burn with desire, love and emotion. Dance with devotion. Stood in the fire,
my breath, don't make a sound. I'm running, I keep running, I keep running. 'Cause I can see you quite as clearly now. I'm running, I keep running. You know that space between us, sleeping awake, is where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you. You know that place between us, sleeping awake, where you can still remember dreams. I swear I'll always love you, and that's where I'll be waiting. That's where I'll be waiting. That's where I'll be It's been too long with too many wrongs. What have I done? You've forgotten the words to our song. Now it's gone. Take it back just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our songs, let them entwine. 'Cause you know what you do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make you mine before we're out of time, out of time. Let's synchronize. Let's Don't be so distant. Don't be so distant. So distant, distant from me, from me. You're so close and yet so far. So I fight it, I fight it. And here we are in each other's arms. Take it back, just for one night. Take all the wrongs and pretend that we're alright. Feel the rhythm in our songs, let them entwine. 'Cause you know what you do to me. It's not fair, I don't care. Take you there, make you mine before we're out of time, out of time. Let's synchronize. till the morning light. So grab me.
Here I am again, floating through the silence in my cold skin. My body is wearing thin. My fears tell me I'll never win. My body is wearing thin. And there's darkness here. The whole world I fear. In my room I seem to drown. But I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down, down, down. I'll rise and I'll fall again, fighting off the violence in my cold skin. My body is wearing thin. My fears tell me I'll never win. My body is wearing thin. And there's darkness here. The whole world I fear. In my room I seem to drown. But I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down. I won't let them take me down, down, down. Turn around, I can't see your face. Tell me, where did you go? Was it something I did, something I
Always said that love takes work. It's been a bumpy ride. I know how hard you tried, but holding on just makes it worse. It's best to walk away if it's our time to say goodbye. Tell me we can save this. Where's my happy ending? Tell me we can save this. Can't go on pretending. But always said that love takes work. It's been a bumpy ride. I know how hard you tried, but holding on just makes it worse. It's best to walk away if it's our time to say goodbye.
around your memories. Because you might get lost. Might not be the truth. What is truth? It's what you want it to be.
Call 32014 WTCH.
Because you might get lost.
More information
might not be the truth. What is truth? It's what you want it to be. Don't wander around your memories.
down, look in my eyes, tell me what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. Break down, look at your life, why you wanna be known. Head down, look in my eyes, tell me what you don't know. Hey now, put up a fight, I know how I won't let go. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. No, we don't wanna die, we'd rather be alone. Are you the animal, cannibalistic missile, crushing all around? Are you the animal? Do you remember out on a limb you listen, quiet all around? Are you the animal? I'm not afraid of you. I feel we're ready to die. But time is on my side. Feel it going inside me, but you'll never find me. I need my heart to make me whole. Hands out to the sky, we reach for tomorrow. No, we don't wanna die, we'd rather be alone.
Moving down to LA, to the land of opportunity. My grandma thinks I'm crazy for giving Hollywood a piece of me. I'm holding my head high, act like the world's right. I didn't come for nothing, and all I know is I can't let them see. I got no idea what I'm doing. Take it all till I make it all the way. I've been winning, I've been losing, but you're never gonna read my poker face. Take it all till I make it
When you think you've given all you could, they want some more. Constantly combating conversations with connoisseurs. Cognac on deck, I'm on the night shift like the Commodore. 64 system outdated, so give this ton applause. Them man are dinosaurs, they ain't dictating my future. I love the game, but everybody be rapping like future. Medusa mind state, I turn you to stone when I shoot a verse that will make you disperse. It's true that turned into the truth a long time ago. They don't wanna respect it, don't want to acknowledge the power shift. Ego, they protect it, but I will flow like electric. I'm gonna set this off, no apology. I move metric, them man still moving imperial. My tech, cause I'm moving hectic. Now everybody wanna talk about the top four. I'm not no number, but I know I'll be the top four. And some brothers just be lying to themselves. So I'm airplane mode out, clutching on the top floor. No competition, competition is none. My composition's no comparison, reversing it wrong. The understated victor stand alone, I stand on my ones. My tech is be the hardest, and my best is still yet to come. It's mine. Overrated artists living off the hype. They got no longevity in the game, they got no stripes. No longer social in person, they live on social media. So social skills are not working because they live for likes. It's all a make-believe world, but they love living in the bubbles. They scrolling and reading all the BS you type. Just for attention, a couple shares or a mention is meaningless, but it's like nobody wanna deal with real life. I spit that real life, say what's on my mind. I will not pander to the climate of the deaf, dumb and blind. Never dumbing down my bars, only realness in the lines. You will only hear the honesty and passion in my rhymes. I'm staying connected cause I perfected my art form. This show I directed, calm and collected, rated, respected, stayed on course and never deflected. Flow like electric, I'm gonna set this off, no apology. I move metric, yeah man, I'm still moving imperial. My tech cause I'm moving hectic.
To my tą 40 będziemy jechać?
Kawałek.
No bo tu taka 19 jest. To co to jest?
Pójdzie jakieś chodzenie? Jest, można by to stanąć, tylko że internet się skończył nagle. Horse Island parkingowy. No, attention, no roadside camping.
A to nie jesteśmy w tym samym miejscu, cośmy byli?
Nie.
No ale misiu, to dokładnie to samo miejsce jest
Ja,
przecież.
dokładnie to
No
samo.
taki sam trailer i takie same tam miejsca z tyłu. No to możemy jeszcze zobaczyć kawałek, się najwyżej wrócimy.
10 zamykają. Te chopki to zrobili asfalt, żeby było równo i zrobili chopki, żeby było krzywo.
I co teraz? Aha, tu jest droga. A tu co tu pisze?
No,
No roads.
camping within 1000 feet of road.
Okej. No to nie ma tam co jechać, jak nie można stawać. No ale internet się nie poprawia. A wracać z powrotem tą samą drogą?
To jest, ja bym przeczytał przynajmniej. $5000 kary albo 6 miesięcy więzienia.
Kurde, to bierzemy więzienie. No jak nie, to się wróćmy. Tu jest zatoczka jakaś czy coś, to się wróćmy na tamten camping. No, śmiało leci.
Zagląda do nas?
No zagląda. Słodzizna poleciała. A to ten, pitbull.
My tu nie mamy już go.
Aha. A to myślisz, że to też $10?
Nie wiem, może. No to nie wiadomo, czy nie będzie.
Musi jechać do Walmartu. Okay. Ale to ciekawa jestem, czemu zabronili parkowania. Może niedźwiedzie są. No to wiedź, spytajmy się. No bo jak trzeba zapłacić, a nie wezmą karty, no to nie mamy do zapłacenia.
No, parking one-way camping only. Czekaj.
Zatrzym się. O, tu niedźwiedzie są, bo znak jest nawet. No.
Możemy do Ingu zjechać i gotówkę wypłacić.
Aha, bo on gotówkę tylko bierze?
Albo czeki. $22.
Okay. No to możemy się jeszcze wrócić z pieniędzmi. No to nic się nie przejmuje.
Mercedes W126. To przodek mojego. Znaczy poprzednia wersja.
Dziadek.
7 Adventist Church. poranek pod Walmartem i to widzę, że to nie my jedni wymyśliliśmy, że można się pod Walmartem przespać. Tu obok stoi jakiś inny kamperek. Tam stoi jakiś pick-up z przyczepą, może też kempingową, tylko taką robioną. Tutaj nasz, a tutaj też jakiś kamper na ze starego Mercedesa zrobiony. Tam jeszcze 2 wany z jakimiś bagażnikami na dachu, także spanie pod Walmartem to dość popularna opcja. Tu też jakiś stoi samochód z kajakami na dachu, więc to też turyści. Ten z tyłu, jaki on jest niski. Ma jakiś stabilizator założony, ale to mocowanie amortyzatorów to jest w ogóle parę centymetrów nad ziemią. Ruszamy po raz ostatni po nocnym parkingu.
Nie po raz ostatni, bo jeszcze będziemy jechać tym autem naszym.
No, ale,
to będzie ostatnia. A tym tak. Tym się
po
zgadza.
spaniu i spaliśmy sobie
Bardzo przepięknym miejscu kempingowym.
bardzo popularnym wśród kamperowiczów pod Walmartem, bo
Na skraju przepaści.
czekaj, na skraju przypaści, ale tu w nocy, jak widzieliście, przedtem było parę osób, które sobie też spały tutaj. No bo byliśmy wcześniej na kempingu, ale wyszło jakieś świeże prawo 15 sierpnia, rozporządzenie, że $5000 kary i 6 miesięcy więzienia za spanie poza kempingiem. Zajechaliśmy na kemping, a na kempingu nam powiedzieli, że tylko gotówka, $22.
Niby nie tak dużo,
Niby
ale
nie
gotówki
dużo,
nie mieliśmy żadnej.
ale w Ameryce to gotówki już nikt nie używa od dawna, więc uzbieraliśmy $7 gotówki, no ale to się okazało za mało i stwierdziliśmy, że jedziemy dalej i pojechaliśmy pod Walmart zobaczyć, czy to prawda, że pod Walmartem można spać i nikt się nie czepi. No i nie tylko, że można spać, ale to więcej takich było jak my, co spali pod Walmartem. 11,2 mili na galonie.
Ale to poprzez te twoje jazdy po wertepach, górach i nie po drodze.
Ile tam było mil przedtem?
172.
172, a jest 200, to jest 380, jakieś 450 przejedziemy w sumie. BP, ceny nawet nie wyświetlają, żeby nie szokować nikogo.
Żeby nikt nie uciekł od razu.
No ale ile by nie było, to ze zniżką będzie mniej niż bez zniżki, chyba że będzie po $3. Nie wiadomo, czy ta karta tu będzie działać też, bo to taki.
Tu się zmieścisz?
Ja się tu chyba wysikać pójdę. A, 209, popatrz.
To co to znaczy?
To tyle, co na naszym osiedlu. Przyjechaliśmy na stację benzynową. Ciebie będę nagrywał głównie. 11,6 mili na galonie nam wyświetla zużycie paliwa. 235 dzielone na 11,6 równa się 20 litrów na setkę. Ponad 20 litrów na setkę. Tyle z komputera, a w praktyce zobaczymy zaraz, jak to nam pójdzie. $1.10 za galon. Przy dzisiejszym kursie dolara to Cena w dolarach za galon to jest mniej więcej to samo co w litrach. W litrach w złotówkach za litr. To chciałem powiedzieć, nie mogę się wygadać. 20 galonów za 22 i 228 mil dzielone na 20 galonów 11,4. On tu pokazuje 11,6. No to dobrze pokazuje. No tyle palił. 11,4. 235 dzielone na 11,4. 20,5 litra na setkę. Nie ma, zmiłuj się. Zobaczymy, ile na tym ostatnim odcinku
Whoa man, he's trying to help you, isn't he? At Cycall 324.
Lecimy, ostatnia prosta. Tu jakie miasteczko.
Nie jechaliśmy tędy przedtem.
LMAO, it's just a spam bot. Is it?
A co to za mieścina?
It looks really real LMAO.
Ale migaczy to tu nikt nie używa na rondzie. A to takie rondo, że w kółko się nie da jechać.
Takie pół ronda. A tu jest rondo.
Też pół ronda. Taka łezka.
Taka łezka. A ty tu jedziesz? A no widzisz, że przejechałeś 3/4. No.
Dojeżdżamy do celu przez ostatnie 45 km autostradą, tak 105 km na godzinę i 15 mil na galonie wyszło. 15 mil na galonie to jest 235 dzielone na 15 równa się 15,5 litra na setkę.
I haven't really been scammed on
No to
Amazon
gdyby
BBH.
tak palił 15,5 litra na setkę,
Just
to
met
nie ma
PS2 that
tragedii.
came not working
Nie
twice, but
można
I got
się
it
wiele
refunded.
więcej spodziewać. A końcowe uwagi już
I
będą z
don't know what to
Mercedesa.
make for lunch, man. Fuck.
A gdzie Mercedes stoi?
Tam za tym pick-upem. Teraz my go sobie nagramy, żeby było wiadomo, czy wszystko zostało tak jak odebraliśmy, tak oddajemy. Brudny jest, trochę jest brudny, tylna szyba się zabrudziła, ale i tak się nie używa.
Piotruniu, czy to jest twoje?
Nie, twojego.
Yeah, I just got 130 miles over.
Ja.
So it'd be $45.50 for the mileage, and then
Okay.
$30 for the
Yep.
tank.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm not going to charge for the outer.
Okay.
I'm going to clean it. I just bought like a new sealant for this plastic stuff
Oh,
over here.
okay.
So I was planning on washing it down and everything when y'all got back anyway. So
Yeah,
it'd just
that's
be
fine.
it'll be $75.50, and then it'll be a 3% credit card charge. So that'll come off the deposit
From the
And
deposit.
yeah, and you should get that back in the next few
Okay.
days. But I'm glad y'all had a great trip and
Yeah.
enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm actually using it this weekend. I've had a guy writing me all week
man, you sure? You sure? Like, I sure would like to take it. Like, we're from Tennessee. We got some children down there. We want to come down and see. And I was like, man, I got to be able to use it too, you know, because it's rented out like 16 days this month.
You got the key? Where is the key?
Yes, sir. I got the key.
Yeah.
Yep. I believe everything else is good there. Everything looks great.
Thank you. So when we need the next trip, we give you a call.
Absolutely. Yeah, just let me know.
We might have to do it
Yes,
again.
yeah. Thank y'all so much.
To możemy podsumować wyjazd. Cośmy się nauczyli, co się nam podobało, co się nam nie podobało. Mercedes ma zdecydowanie większą kierownicę, to jedno się rzuca w oczy. Bardzo nam się wyjazd spodobał. Spaliśmy pierwszą noc na bezpłatnym kempingu. Nie na kempingu, tylko taka polanka w lesie. Drugą noc spaliśmy na takim państwowym kempingu. Prymitywnym dosyć, bez prądu, bez wody, no ale były kibelki i to kosztowało $10 za dobę. Trzecią noc pojechaliśmy też w takie miejsce, gdzie ma być za darmo, tylko po to, żeby zobaczyć wielkie napisy, że nie wolno 1100, bo drogi nie wolno parkować. I small print był taki, że $5000 kary albo 6 miesięcy więzienia. Także i to dość nowe. 15 sierpnia jakieś takie prawo uchwalili. Nie wiem, czy to jest tymczasowe, w związku z czym to było. W każdym razie, no to stwierdziliśmy, że jedziemy na kemping, skoro się nie da inaczej. Na kempingu $22 za dobę. Też niczego na tym kempingu nie ma. Oprócz niedźwiedzi. Ale problem taki, że biorą tylko czeki albo gotówkę. A my ani nie mamy czeków, ani tyle gotówki nie mieliśmy, więc trzecią noc stwierdzimy, że zobaczymy, jak to jest z tym spaniem pod Walmartami. Podobno wolno spać pod Walmartami. No i pojechaliśmy pod Walmart. Przespaliśmy się tam elegancko, cichutko było i spokojnie, oprócz nas parę innych samochodów było. Jak to już chyba widzieliście, jak nie wiem jakiej kolejności to będę montował wszystko. Więc w razie czego można, w drodze do parków narodowych można spać pod Walmartami. A sam kamper, no zużycie paliwa 20 litrów na setkę. Jeżdżąc po parkach, 15 na drodze, tak mniej więcej to wyszło. No ale po parkach wolniutko na pierwszym biegu, pod górę, no trochę na wolnych obrotach stał, więc nie ma się co spodziewać, żeby to było lepiej, no nie przeskoczy się tego. Sam kamper, jedno co nam udowodniliśmy sobie, co przypuszczaliśmy, że tak będzie, że no, nie można mieć łóżka, które się rozściela 2 razy dziennie. Po prostu nie ma to sensu. Jednak koncepcja łóżka na stałe jest najlepsza, bo to jest upierdliwe, tam nie ma dużo...
że dojścia nie ma nigdzie na to.
No bo to nie stoi łóżko na środku, trzeba wyleźć na łóżko, żeby to prześcieradło rozkładać, te poduszki układać i...
Przede wszystkim nie ma gdzie tej pościeli trzymać, jak się złoży to łóżko.
No.
Jest do siedzenia miejsce i stolik można otworzyć, ale oprócz tego trzeba mieć poduszki koło siebie i kołdrę i wszystko, bo tam nie ma za dużych tych szafek, żeby to pochować.
Tak samo no, w takim wanie, tym, którym jechaliśmy, nie ma miejsca na walizki, że tak powiem. My jechaliśmy na 3 dni, więc wzięliśmy 2 torby takie wielkości bagażu podręcznego w samolocie. Ale no one przeszkadzają, bo to się człowiek potyka o to, nie ma gdzie tego postawić. No jadąc na stałe, na dłużej, to żadne walizki nie są potrzebne. Aczkolwiek no coś by się przydało, bo od czasu do czasu człowiek mógłby na przykład chcieć iść do hotelu, żeby się mieć normalną łazienkę i normalne łóżko, no to wtedy trzeba by parę rzeczy zabrać ze sobą. Więc jakaś tam walizeczka mała by się przydała i dlatego taka koncepcja kampera z łóżkiem na stałe, który ma duży bagażnik pod spodem, no to ma dużo sensu, bo tam można trzymać taką walizkę i jakieś rzeczy w tej walizce jeszcze można mieć. Prysznic, no tam jak widzieliście, prysznic jest wąziutki, ma 24 cale, czyli 60 cm szerokości. To jednak zdecydowanie za mało. Znaczy jak się zostawi drzwi otwarte i tą firankę wystawi na zewnątrz, to się robi więcej w ramionach, więcej miejsca na szerokość. Także tragedii nie było, umyć się można, ale jakby się tam dodało no co najmniej z 15 cm, to by od razu inaczej wyglądało. Także taką koncepcję z tą firanką wysuwaną na zewnątrz można dodać do tych 15 cm. Wtedy będzie ten prysznic całkiem normalny. Lodówka duża, no to akurat taka w sam raz była, nie?
No i
zamrażalnik, więc co do tego nie mieliśmy żadnego ale. Zbiornik na wodę, nie wiem ile tam wody było.
On powiedział, że jest 30 galonów zbiornik i on 2/3 włożył.
No ale to mi się nie chce wierzyć, bo tam ta woda nam zniknęła błyskawicznie, także albo rzeczywiście tyle wody człowiek zużywa. W każdym razie,
nawet o tym.
w każdym razie to też potwierdza to, co chcemy zrobić, żeby zrobić prysznic w zamkniętym obiegu, że po prostu prysznic będzie miał 5 galonów wody filtrowanej i tą wodę się raz na tydzień będzie wymieniało, ale przez tydzień po prostu będzie się można myć. Zaoszczędzi się na ogrzewaniu i zaoszczędzi się na samej wodzie. On miał tam 2 baterie litowo-fosforowe i no tak z bidą wystarczały, bośmy nic nie używali. To znaczy klimatyzację używaliśmy od czasu do czasu na chwilę, bo klimatyzacja najwięcej prądu zżera. Więc z tą klimatyzacją było tak, że w czasie jazdy ją włączałem, żeby jak dojedziemy wieczór na miejsce do spania, żeby było schłodzone w aucie, żeby nie było w samochodzie nagrzane bardzo. No ale to i tak jak się postoi 2 godzinki, a jest ciepła noc, ciepły wieczór, to i tak się robi parno. Przede wszystkim parno, duszno było i włączaliśmy tą klimatyzację tak na 2 godzinki, żeby schłodzić, potem w nocy jeszcze ze 2 razy po godzince. Wiatraczki dużo pomagają, jednak trzeba zainstalować wiatraczki, żeby dmuchały, bo to naprawdę pomaga, ale generalnie rzecz biorąc, to gdybyśmy chcieli dłużej klimatyzację używać, no to zdecydowanie więcej tych akumulatorów trzeba. Zwłaszcza, że nic nie gotowaliśmy, nie używaliśmy mikrofalówki ani kuchenki, także...
Nie, tylko kawę 2 razy robiłam, ale to w sumie...
No i to tyle chyba. No, samo auto bardzo fajnie się prowadzi. Nie wiem, czy nie przesadziłem z tym dyfrem 335. On ma tam 6-biegową skrzynię biegów. My będziemy mieli 10-biegową. Muszę zobaczyć, porównać przełożenia tych biegów w tych 2 skrzyniach, bo no, na tych drogach szutrowych jeździłem na pierwszym biegu, a jak się jeszcze dołoży większe koła do tego i mocniejsze, znaczy przełożenie szybsze, to nie wiem, czy tego biegu mi nie zacznie brakować, ale ten silnik jest niesamowicie mocny od samego spodu, także tam nawet jak te obroty były w granicach 1000 obrotów, to bez problemu ciągnął ten samochód pod górę po tych kamieniach. Silnik się ani nie zająknął, więc myślę, że będzie w porządku. Też widać, że no to auto, nigdzie nie było problemu, żebyśmy gdzieś zahaczyli czymś, podwoziem. To nie jest offroadowe auto, ja nie planuję jeździć w podróż dookoła świata po bezdrożach, ale te drogi w parkach narodowych, no to są często szutrowe, tam w paru miejscach były takie rozmyte przez wodę, ale on wystarczał, a my założymy na pewno trochę wyższe opony, ale generalnie rzecz biorąc się nam podobało i wiemy już, co mamy zrobić. Po prostu prysznic większy, łóżko na stałe, pomierzyliśmy półki tylko z jednej strony, bo człowiek bez przerwy musi uważać, żeby głową nie uderzyć, jak się z łóżku. Poza tym no, ten telewizor tam był fatalnie zamocowany, zupełnie bez sensu. My, jeżeli coś będziemy oglądać, to tylko przez internet, więc nam komputer wystarczy, także w ogóle nie myślimy nawet o montowaniu jakiegoś telewizora, ale tamten telewizor po prostu przeszkadzał, po prostu przestawiało się go, bez przerwy gdzieś wystawał, nie tam gdzie trzeba, niby na ramieniu był. Aha, no i stolik tam był 50 na 30 cm. Wydaje nam się, że z tyłu trzeba będzie zrobić stolik kwadratowy 50 na 50 cm, bo tak, żeby był blisko, to go w poprzek układaliśmy, no ale wtedy był wąski na szerokość, a jak się go na szerokość dało, no to był daleko od siedzenia, więc myślę, że kwadratowy stolik pół metra na pół metra mniej więcej będzie fajny. No i w sumie fajna ta rzecz jest z obracanym fotelem pasażera. On miał tylko pasażera i tam stolik był, on miał tam stolik taki rozkładany, przenośny, ale nawet taki zwykły mały stolik z tyłu no wystarczał, bo tam można było sobie siąść na tym odwróconym. Jedna osoba mogła siedzieć z jednej strony, a druga z drugiej i nie trącać się kolanami. Także chyba nawet jak to będzie dwuosobowy van, to dobrze jest mieć dwa różne miejsca, w których można sobie usiąść i coś robić. No i generalnie rzecz biorąc, bardzo jesteśmy zadowoleni, bo zobaczyliśmy, czy nam się to podoba. Ja się bałem, że Grażynka powie na drugi dzień: mam dość tego, nie kupujemy żadnego vana. Ale tymczasem powiedziała, co powiedziała Grażynka?
Grażynka powiedziała, że się jej coraz bardziej podoba.
No właśnie. A ponieważ już hejnał zwierzy mariackiej, no to kończymy naszą transmisję. Trzymajcie się i uwagi poniżej, kciuk w górę jak się podobało, kciuk w dół jak się nie podobało, zaznaczyć dzwoneczek i do usłyszenia.
Witam wszystkich po raz kolejny. Teraz powinno być ok. I nawet skrzypiące krzesło będzie słychać. Dobrze, sprawdźmy teraz, czy wszystko działa tak, jak ma działać. Test już.
So a couple of things, guys. Today is a very exciting day because we're launching our coaching platform to the public, to the pubs, the plebs, the noobs. So just a quick explanation about what coaches are and what they aren't. So they're people they're you guys who have said, "Hey, I want to help other gamers," or I guess we've even expanded beyond gamers now, but I want to help noobs. Let's call it that. And they so I train them for a few months, and then we kind of like go through understanding other people, how to talk, how to listen. And what they really try to help you do is help you understand yourself better. And once you understand yourself, you can like do more of the things that you want to do. So it's my belief that part of the reason that we're stuck is because you guys know what you need to do, but you can't figure out how to do it. Like, you know what you should be doing, but like you can't do the things that you should do. So why is that? And so our coaching program is really developed to like help people understand themselves, because like once you understand the controls, then it becomes so much easier to play the game. Okay, but let's get into league experts. Yo, how's everybody doing today?
Good. How about you?
Good. So you guys are a bunch of like league experts.
Something like that.
That's awesome.
I'm
man.
all right.
And we're talking a little bit today about like league positivity and toxicity. Is that right?
Yep.
Sounds
Do you
right
guys
about right.
do you guys want to talk about something else?
Hey, it's your show or your stream.
Yeah, but I never figure out what we talk about. It's usually the guests who determine. I know it's kind of weird, right? So the first thing I'll ask people is like, what do you want to talk about today?
I see. So you gave us a topic, but then we don't actually have to talk about the topic.
Not if y'all don't want to. I mean, I think that's why we assembled this particular group of people. But ultimately, if you guys, so y'all are the experts, right? So you guys know what our community needs and what you guys need. And if y'all want to talk about something else, that's cool.
I mean, if something comes up.
Yeah, whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Absolutely, buddy. I can get behind that. Can we start with introductions? Should I go first? I'll go first.
Don't be shy, guys.
Go for it.
So I'm Olive Kanoja, also known as Dr. K. I've played League of Legends a handful of times. I don't even remember which champion I played, but it's one that can root things and is a support. And it's a fun game. Maybe I'll play a little bit more.
That was great. I'll go. My name is Danny Lee, or Shifter. Stream League, used to play pro. Yeah, not just stream kind of comfortably now.
Cool.
My name's Jodat, or Voy Boy. Like Danny, I used to play pro too. We used to play against each other, with each other, and yeah, I just been streaming for a while now too. Mainly League.
My name is Chris, or Searches. I just play League for fun, just stream. Never played professionally, but I do get pretty up there in the ELO with just playing one champion. So,
which champion
my
do you
name's
play?
Kurt. Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry, Kurt.
No, you're good. You're good.
I play Singe.
I don't
Hey,
know
you
what that
bust out
means.
the NASA sometimes too.
Yeah, we lost today, boy. I don't know if you. I was in your
I
team,
know.
but
No, I realized.
My bad.
No, it wasn't your fault. Someone else threw, man. It's all good.
It was Hacker Room, but
Yeah.
I don't want to mention names.
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead, dude.
Okay, sorry. My name's Kareem. Sanchovies. I never played pro, but I've been streaming League for about 2 years now.
Cool.
And I play top.
Dude, you know what this sounded like?
What?
You know, like when you go to like those sharing circles when they talk about like addiction and they give
Like the alcoholic. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like, my name is Danny Lee. I'm 27 and I play League of Legends.
Dr. K save us.
You're damn right. You guys see how you fell right into that trap? I was like, we could talk about whatever you want to, and it's like a share circle at the beginning of an AA meeting. My name is. You said it's Chris or Searches?
Yeah. So Searches is actually my name backwards. So Chris E with a Z. But that's all people call me, so I just stuck with it. Search as.
Yeah, so Search has is like I'm a Singe spammer.
Pretty much, yeah. The only champion I know to play.
Yeah, so you guys so let me just kind of dive right in. And Danny, that was hilarious, man. So you guys mentioned earlier that Search has kind of apologized for losing a game, right?
Mm.
And then Boy
Yep.
Boy was like, "No, man, it's not your fault. It's that other fucking noob's fault." Right? So we get to the beginning of League, which is like, what's it like when you blame a teammate? Like, why does that happen? Like, what do y'all think about that?
Whew. I think it's pretty natural reaction for people to look for other reasons outside of themselves, whether it's true or not, to like, put a lot of the responsibility, or a lot of times it turns out the blame, and it happens a lot in League, right? Like, someone might be playing well all game. They might not even make a mistake, but something might go wrong, and they might think it's their fault, and then they'll just start like typing, flaming them. They'll get mad, and they'll just like go off on them and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, there's so many different situations and contexts where that kind of happens, but I think it's like super meta, at least in the League community, to just kind of look for reasons to like tier other people, especially on your team, down, or like find someone to like be a scapegoat or blame for whatever happens. And I feel like that's kind of like been around since, like, I mean, it's just like a gaming thing, but it's definitely gotten worse over time in the League community, I think, as well.
What do y'all think about that?
Oh,
Sorry.
go ahead. No, go ahead.
Okay. I think personally, shifting blame is like one of the easier ways to, like, I don't know. It's just something that a lot of people do, and I notice it a lot. And I think unless you're at the highest of the highest levels of play, nobody ever plays perfectly. And it is like, from my experience, one of the worst things that you can do to stop yourself from improving. Because I think, like, instead of looking at what others did wrong, you should look at what you did wrong in that certain situation. But it's very hard to do in the moment, because like something just went wrong, the game is potentially lost. You have 20 minutes of pain ahead of you, playing a game that probably just got lost, and like despite that, you still have to look at what you did wrong. And so I think that's just like difficult to do in that environment, especially when everybody else is already sort of tilted.
What makes it hard to do?
Well, your ego gets in the way, and that's something that you have to really like be real with yourself about. Especially in League, you'll find that it's much easier to blame others for a play than to blame yourself.
You guys think that's
so-
specific to League?
No, I think real life, other games, it's the same, in my opinion.
Yeah. So why do we do that? So it's like kind of like there's something actually really cool about this, which is that you guys are talking about something, and I can't tell that you guys are talking about League. There's ego involved. You look for other reasons besides yourself for the failures that you face. Right? Which is like, this is crazy. I never connected these dots until now, but I wonder if people can transform their lives by understanding themselves in League. Because if you guys are saying it applies outside of League, like, interesting, right? So I've known plenty of people who are happy to blame their parents, their siblings, their teachers, anyone but yourself.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So when
Yeah,
Curry,
it seems like sorry.
Go for it,
Do
Danny.
I have another point? I was gonna say, like, it kind of seems like a lot of people, I kind of want to say, like, they lack like perspective, I guess. Like when people get stuck in like a bubble, they think about this one way, or they tunnel it and they forget to think about it in different ways, or yeah, they're just so tunneled on it, and they these same guys who just like wake up and get mad every day. They could probably kind of fall into the same routine. They don't really try to actively switch it up. So I feel like it's hard to change, right? It's really easy to fall into doing the same thing every day. So
Yep.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so how does one, so you guys used a couple of terms, which I think it's important to kind of explore. One is ego, and the other is losing perspective. So what would you guys say, like, when Kareem says ego, what do y'all think he means?
Ego, you just don't want to be seen as like weak or worse than other people.
You don't want to be seen as weak or worse than other people. Do you
Yeah.
guys?
When,
So,
when the problem I encounter a lot in League is that people will automatically like they really don't like to get blamed on, I guess. Like, geez, how do I word this? Yeah, can you give after me on this? I have a
sure.
point, but I just can't word it.
So can anybody help Danny out?
Wait, what you said they don't like to get blamed on?
Yeah, like they hate being the victim. They hate feeling like weak or like bad.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I feel like it's kind of like I guess one just immediate way to put it is like it's like you have like two junglers and like they're fighting over like this finite resource which is like scuttle crabs, and like usually two spawn one on each side of the map, and like one jungler can like go for one, the other can go for another, or like they can contest the same one. And a lot of times, especially since it was introduced, like you'll have a lot of junglers like mental boom because they want to go for one, and then like whatever the situation is, like whether they don't have priority in lanes, they can't get help from their team, or they have worse like early game champions on their team, like they'll overforce it, or if they don't get it or whatever, they'll just be like, all right, we lost, like the game's over. When it's literally like it's like worth like 100 gold, like a bit of exp, like it doesn't really matter that much in the grand scheme of like a whole League of Legends game. But I've had people like literally leave the game at like 3 minutes in so many times because they like didn't get scuttle crab or whatever, or they felt like someone like screwed them over. And it's just kind of like that's like a microcosm of like what happens all the time in League, which is like, yeah, if you feel like you're the thing that you cared about the most, or like your personal strength, or like your ability to carry, or like be the hero, or like whatever objective that you had in mind, or if that gets derailed because of someone else, or because you think it is, or you just want to blame someone else, it kind of just like breeds like kind of like a negative like outbursts and like some toxic behavior and stuff like that. And I mean, I've seen it a lot over the years in like different forms and stuff like that. But yeah, people definitely don't want to like feel like they can't like be like they want it to be like a single player game where like it's like their story and stuff like that. And if anything happens and they can find a reason that like it wasn't that stopped them from doing that in the way they wanted, like they'll just like go off on people. And I don't know, obviously it's a little different in each situation, but I feel like I see that quite often.
What did you guys hear from Voy Boy's story? What do you think are the important points from his example?
I think people just don't like to admit their mistakes. So they'll, I think he was mentioning like how people like to force things, and it's not, what do you call it? It's not favorable to like follow up with whatever the person's trying to do, because you can end up losing more. Like sometimes I'm top lane and my jungler wants to gank a like tower dive, and if I commit to it, I know I'm gonna die also. So it's better to just let him die than have me die. And at that point, the jungler gets really mad, saying, "Oh, how come you didn't commit with me? You suck." And then he starts blaming me for losing the game. And then it's the whole game. He just types things like, "Oh, you suck. This guy, top gap, everything." And it's just
top what?
I don't know what to do. Oh, they say like top gap, like there's a top difference, like the other player's better than you.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. So I got something kind of bizarre to say. What if I told you guys, so like you guys are talking about basically like this principle in League where something relatively minor goes wrong, right? Like let's say he dives the top tower and he dies and you don't die with him. And what he wanted more than anything else is you to die with him, because now that you haven't died with him, we're going to lose the game. Which is a fucked up logic for its in its own way. But and then Voyboy was kind of talking about scuttle, which is like, you know, you lose your scuttle and you really wanted that scuttle. Like that was supposed to be your scuttle. And it's not your scuttle now. And then you like kind of throw in the towel, right? What if I told you guys that that's not restricted to League? What if I were to say that I think half the problem with the people who feel stuck in life and join our community is because they throw in the towel because something didn't go their way?
Yep.
Sounds about right.
Makes sense.
I agree.
Right, so like, what do we do about that? Like, this is actually really bizarre because I think what y'all are using League terminology, but what I'm hearing you guys talk about is people that I work with. Right, they had something. So like, let's try to understand, what is it that makes, like, why do people do this? Like, how does that work in their mind? Where I wanted the scuttle and I didn't get it. So fuck everyone. And most of all, fuck me. I'm going to int in real life. So that's what we do, right? We int in real life too. We self-sabotage. I got a B on a test. Fuck it. I'm never going to class again. They literally throw. They take their GPA and they toss it out the window. Which is really kind of bizarre, but the really thing, I didn't really think that we were going to get here. But I think bizarrely, you guys may have an answer to transform the lives of thousands of people. If you guys can figure out, why do people do this in League?
I think people have a certain like idea and a certain mindset before even getting into a game of League when they decide to queue up. For example, if you're going to play a really aggressive champion, you have a way of thinking how the lane is going to play out or how the matchup is going to play out. And sometimes it just doesn't go your way. And then depending on your mental, you can either like improve on it, see what happened wrong, avoid it in the future, and then in the moment adapt to the situation and see how you can play from behind. Or do what I think is the easy way out and just self-sabotage, fuck everything, I'm just going to int.
So Kareem said, these are your three options. What would you guys say to that?
Damn, options suck. Yeah,
right.
Yeah, Rick. I mean, I think it's just like, I want to get back to the thing about perspective. Like,
yep.
I think maybe it's like, most people get mad, like, it's all they know. You know, they haven't, like, experienced much else. But, like, to them, like, League is everything, right? But if they lose this game, like, they're losing everything. But, like, you know, some things aren't, like, how much value are you going to put on losing a League of Legends game? Just one League of Legends game, unless you're, like, you know, a pro player where everything is on the line. Like, how much is this one loss really worth? You know, like, maybe take a step outside, like, live life a little bit, and, like, there's more things to life than, you know, that one League of Legends game that went on. So I think.
Yeah, so Danny, I feel like theoretically that's true, but that's not how people treat it.
Yeah.
Right? So we can say whatever we want to. We can say, oh, like, depression is bad. It shouldn't be there. But it's true. And kind of going back to Kareem's, like, okay, either you learn from it, you rage. Like, those are the two options. Kareem's right. So I think our question, so you guys have done a fantastic job of laying out, okay, so people lack perspective. People can learn from it or they can rage. The question is why? Why do they do, like it's like, let me give you guys a choice. Column A is learn from your mistakes. Column B is let your mistakes determine the rest of your life. And so it's a no-brainer. Like, no, I'm going to pick column A. I want to learn from my mistakes. But it's not actually what people do. People fucking pick column B all the time. So why on earth do they do that? It's like, it's just a scuttle, man. Like, why are you getting bent out of shape? Because once you start inting, then you're actually going to lose. So
it's
why?
A self-fulfilling prophecy.
You're damn right it is. So why do people choose the clearly crappier option?
because it's easier. Sorry.
Oh yes, I think it's easier, and also I think they also want to bring other people down to their level, because like for example with what Shifter said, he said when they think it's just a league game, so they're gonna leave. How is it gonna affect them? But when they leave, it also affects their teammates, because their teammates, they want to win. It's not just him getting affected. So him leaving also affects the teammates, and he probably just wants to bring everyone else down with him or her.
Yep.
And you guys said it's easier. What's easier about it?
I think it's just like how they release their anger, right? Like it's kind of like similar like a stress ball, like a punching bag. Like they release anger. Like they see something and like then like maybe like feels good to like let it out a little bit. I don't know.
So let me ask you guys a question. How does it feel to int?
It feels good in the moment. I can
Damn
say
right
from
it does.
experience. It feels good in the moment.
You
But then
bastard.
you can't help but feel bad about it. I mean, I know some people are so far deep into this downward spiral that they don't feel bad about it, and they've kind of become known for doing this kind of behavior. But yeah, it definitely feels good in the moment, but there are for sure healthier things to do for yourself for the game in the long run.
Yeah, so I'm not so interested in those, right? Because there
Mm-hmm.
are healthier things for everyone in our community to do.
Right.
And they don't want to.
Yeah.
I know what it feels like to be on the receiving end of it.
How does that feel?
Honestly, like myself and like a lot of people, a lot of these guys, like we know how it feels to like be inted, whether it's like targeted because we're streaming or because people like don't like us for whatever reason, or like people have like put like bounties on my head in solo queue and like paid off like booster and stuff just to run it down on my game and like clip the reaction and then be like, haha, look how like sad he is, this kind of stuff. It's like when I'm streaming and stuff, like obviously try not to show like how like annoyed or like upsetting it is, but like really like when I like have like a stream and like just like into like three games or something like that, and I like barely get to play, it's just it really sucks, man. Like it actually is like really over time, like over years and like stuff like that, it is pretty depressing. Just to like not really get to do the thing you love and then like at the way you want to, and just have like your experience ruined. And like it's just a game, right? Like to a lot of people it's just like, oh, like these like streamers, they're just like playing games, like why are they like stressed out? But like to me, like League is like it's been my life for like 10 years, and then just to like have that happen and just like have Riot do nothing about it for so long, and then just have people like kind of normalize that kind of stuff and belittle like when it happens or like justify it or whatever, like that kind of I don't know, it definitely sucks. Yeah, it definitely sucks a lot. So I don't know. I've tried always just like obviously losing a game by itself feels really shitty for anyone, right? But then just to like put yourself out there and like try your best in a game and just have like someone, whether because a play went wrong or they're like just trying to like get back at someone or whatever their reasoning, it doesn't really matter, just to like single-handedly decide like, all right, like your experience is ruined and you're not going to get to like play the game that you like, and we're going to just like make this one game or this moment or maybe multiple games like feel really shitty for you. And then you have to like be on stream and like just do your best to be like, well guys, sorry, this guy's like running it down, hopefully next game will be better. How's everyone's day going? Like it's just like what do you do at that point? Like there's not that many options. But yeah, it's definitely not a good feeling, I guess.
Search, as I saw you nodding.
Oh, I relate to like I'm known for just always being positive and never getting mad at anything. But yeah, I mean, a couple of times people do int, and same attitude. I have to pretend that it doesn't affect me, and I just try to tell my community like, hey guys, well that sucks. It's just it happens. Got to move on next game.
How does it feel though?
I mean,
pretend
it kills the mood. It kills the mood, and you kind of just don't want to play anymore. But I do enjoy the game. It's just getting losses like that. Like I don't mind losing. Yeah, losing sucks, but losing because of a player that's purposely trying to lose the game for you makes the loss much worse, and you just kind of kills the mood to play another game.
What makes it so much worse?
I don't think that it just makes you feel. I can't really describe the feeling, but it's just
You're hostage. Like it
Yeah.
feels like you're being held hostage
powerless.
for 20, 30 minutes.
Can you say more about that, Danny or Kareem?
Yeah, because I mean, usually most of like the bad stuff happens, all the negative stuff will happen in like the first maybe 5 minutes or so. But a game will always drag on to like minimum 15 minutes is when you can, or at least you can start it now. But easily games will just go like 20 minutes and you're just trapped there for like 15, 20 minutes dealing with it because you can't just leave. It's not
Mhm.
like a game like Fortnite or whatever, like whatever. If you don't like your teammate, you just exit out. There's no repercussions really. Like in a league, you're stuck with them, and it's a team game. You need to work with your teammates to progress. And if they don't want to work together with you, then tough luck.
So that's what I'm looking for, right? Like, so Danny says, so all of you guys are saying something at the tail end. You'll talk about something, and at the end, there's some emotion. Like, the fuck? What is that? Right? Because that's the closest to the authentic what you feel like. What is that?
Kicking the nuts. Feels like kicking the nuts.
Right? So this is something that men do. When I ask you guys about feelings, you describe physical sensation. That's the way that we represent emotions. Because you can't come up with a word. They're words to describe how we feel. We call those words emotions.
Sag.
Right? So this is actually really fascinating because as a community, we've come up for our own vocabulary because we don't know how to use the vocabulary of normal humans. Right? That's why we're like, what is Sag? It's kind of like sad. But it's like something.
I just learned about Sag.
Right? It's like really awesome. It's like cool to see us develop our own like language to describe our internal sensations. And everyone understands what Pepe hands means. We all know that feeling. Right? Like So what is the feeling how do you guys feel when someone shows up on your stream? First of all, how does it feel to have someone putting a bounty on your head?
Like shit.
There it is. So Boy keeps on saying like shit. What does that mean? There are all kinds of things.
I mean, I get really mad, but for like me, all of us, I guess, like we're generally like pretty positive streamers. Like it's like when someone comes up to you like in real life, like they like speak in the face. Like, what's your natural response? Like maybe freaking you want to fight them, right? Or, like push them away. But like for us, like we generally try to uphold like some sort of like positive environment community. So it's like it's very draining for us to like hold it in because we don't want to step down to their level. We want to be better than them.
Yeah, so I'm hearing a lot of stuff. So, boy, I'm going to ask you. I don't mean to pick on you, by the way. So I think that the reason that you
it's
say
fine.
like shit is because I think there's a lot of stuff encompassed under that umbrella. So Danny talks about it being draining. Like that feeling, right? Where like you have all these like feelings that come up, and you're like, if I was a noob, I could just let loose, but I'm not. And so there are parts of myself. I think part of the reason that we don't know how to describe our feelings is because we actually take those things and we shove them off into a closet and close the door because you guys are positive streamers. And if if they see that it works, that's just going to increase it.
Yeah. No, for sure. I mean, it's something that I've struggled a lot with over the years. Like, I'm I I did like a 10-minute video where I was just like talking to the camera like a few months back, and I was just like talking about how horrible like solo queue is and how Riot's not doing anything, and how like, like target inting and like people just running it down, like it was one part of it. But it was just something that I just eventually just like need to get off my chest, and just like hoping like Riot would do something, or the community would like stop enabling this kind of stuff. Because like I don't know, man. Like it's pretty hard. Like I've been playing in like streaming league for like 9 years, and I guess what just feels kind of bad sometimes is like I guess like I don't know, like I feel like I've always tried so hard to like set a good example and like be like a good member of like the scene and the community and stuff, and like never ran down on people, never just like went off on people for no reason, like always like tried to like show like, like the best qualities you can like in game and like out of it for like the players, and just hope that other people could pick up on that, and like run with it too. And then just to have like, so many like I just like take a shower, I just like wake up, eat some food, like, come on stream, and then just to like not be able to play the game, like to have like a 4-hour stream, like have like 4 games in a row where people are just like insulting me and like running it down and like this kind of stuff, and just knowing like Riot's not going to do anything, and like having to like people in chat being like, "Boy, like why are you so sad? Like it's just a game, like just don't worry about these people, like it's just like, yeah, but they're like literally controlling like my like actual life. Like when you're playing a game, when you're streaming and stuff, that's what you're doing. That's like that's something that's like who I am basically. So I mean, yeah, it's definitely something that's like weighed down on me for like years now, and definitely got like it's been really like the worst like this year. But yeah, I don't really know like what to do about it. And like, yeah, it does, I feel like showing like that it affects you, or like even like when it's happening, being like, like not just like laughing it off. Like I don't really know what to do besides just trying to laugh it off, even though sometimes it's like pretty hard, whenever it's happening. And yeah, I don't know. Like I just feel like it's not really fair, I guess. And that's when I say like it feels like shit. It's just, it's just encapsulating that those kind of things over the years, I suppose. But yeah.
Can I say something?
Go for it.
I think I'm a bit of an outlier in the way that I handle some situations compared to some of these guys. I mean, I don't claim to be like this beacon of positivity. I mean, like I know what it's like to be watched and to have something happen to you that you couldn't do yourself because you are a streamer. And I think that, well, I just want to say like the way that you guys handle those situations takes so much mental strength. It is ridiculous. Like you could never understand unless you are put yourself into this situation. And like I really commend that, and I have so much respect for guys like Voyboy, Shifter Search, as like for having the mental strength to not do what others do, and to not like have this sort of eye for an eye mentality. And that's something that I'm working on myself. Yeah, I just want to say like, because that video I think was the beginning of something that was like a lot bigger. And although like it hasn't really gotten to that point yet where we can say that there has been some like obvious changes in the way that people think, I think it is for sure like happening. So like I just wanted to say like how much respect I have for you guys, and like to keep going and not to give up, I guess. Yeah.
Thanks, man.
No problem.
What's it like to hear that from Kareem?
It's nice because I mean, sometimes it feels like we're fighting like a hopeless war. Because it like there's a reason why positive reinforcing streamers kind of died out over the years. We've lost a lot of streamers like that. So it's definitely nice to know that we're at least showing impact or We'll see our efforts.
Why do positive
it's-
streamers? Yeah, go ahead, Sir Chess.
Oh, it's definitely uplifting and encouraging to keep doing what we're doing. It's hard to see if we're making a difference or not, but it's really good to hear feedback from other people. Just encourage us to keep going, and yeah.
Definitely.
I know this sounds kind of weird, but so Kareem said something that was very warm and supportive. Did anybody find themselves having sort of like a negative reaction towards what he said?
No, not at all.
Nah.
It's something that. Sorry.
No,
you go on.
go for it.
I was just gonna say, like, I guess, yeah, what Kareem said, like the encouragement and like, showing respect. Like I guess like there are definitely a lot of people that do vocalize in that way and like, do kind of encourage what we've always trying to been doing. But I feel like it's almost feels like the vocal majority in the community kind of drowns it out sometimes. So it's like a little easy to not hear those things or not see them or kind of like forget about it when you're kind of faced with like some of the more toxic sides. So it definitely feels, good every time, someone's like, hey, like, keep up, what you've been doing and just trying to set a good example and that kind of stuff. So it definitely feels good.
Can I think for a second?
Yep.
Go for it.
You guys have anything else you want to say? I don't mean to. I feel like I'm sniffing something. I need to package my thoughts. But if you guys have more to add, I'd love to hear. Okay. So Kareem, you say that you're not like these other guys.
Right.
How does it feel to int?
That's a funny question. In the moment, again, it does feel good, but you're not doing the right thing, and it feels shitty because, like, you have people in the chat calling you out for it, and then you have this inner conflict of like, but everybody else does it. Why is it bad when I do it? And then it's again, you have these voices, and it's like, okay, but I'm supposed to be held to a higher standard because I'm a streamer. So it's just there's a lot. It's like you have to balance out a lot of things when you're streaming League of Legends, and there are a lot of many different things that can get to you.
Kareem, does it feel fair to int?
It does feel fair, yes.
Damn right it does.
Yeah.
What do you guys think about that? It's a weird question to ask. Does it feel fair?
Mm-hmm.
What do y'all think about that?
I think it feels fair, but it isn't.
Sure.
Yeah.
Why does it feel fair? Because like what I'm hearing from these other guys, these positive guys, is that it's not fair. It feels hopeless. It's so exhausting.
Right.
Tiring. But inting is like the opposite of all of those things.
Yeah.
It feels fair. It's invigorating. Right?
Right.
Yeah.
That's how can people do like Voy streams for 4 hours and he's wiped at the end of it. These fuckers int for 12 hours straight and they're still going.
Right.
It's weird, right? How do y'all understand that?
It's like a very personal thing where it's just like you feel like you're giving back what's being dished out to you.
Damn right.
Yeah.
And what was dished out to you, Kareem?
That same thing.
What?
I've been being into.
Yeah, so like in those moments when you int, what are you giving back to them?
Well, I think the problem is you're not necessarily giving back to the same people. When you when you had a rough game previously and you go into the next one with an inting mindset, it's not fair, but it feels fair.
I know, but what
And
are you
then-
giving back?
Right.
And who are you giving it back to? I agree, you're giving something back.
Yeah,
Maybe to
right.
the wrong person.
Right. Or you're giving back shit. Dude.
Yeah.
Giving back a horrible experience. Yeah, for sure.
To who?
To yourself and to others.
No, I'd toss out. I'm going to toss out a word. You're giving it
Right.
back to the universe.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the universe fucking gave it to you.
Right.
Right? Last game, the universe or Riot or call it whatever you want to, life, gave you these shitties. These Smurfs on the other team. And this top gap noob on your team.
Right.
This AFK jungler. And so you're gonna punch back.
Mm-hmm.
Does that sound like it makes sense?
Sounds about right, yeah.
And so I'm gonna just start talking. Is that okay?
Yep.
You guys let
Go
me
for
know
it.
if I'm like on the right track or the wrong track. Feel free to jump in if you guys have thoughts or questions. First of all, thank you guys so much for sharing all this. I think it's actually really fascinating. Because what I'm actually hearing is not something. I'm not really hearing you guys talk about League. I'm hearing you guys talk about life, which is bizarre. But I'm going to start with this idea of like not fair. So here you are trying to live a good life, and then they're all the shitties. And the shitties, I don't know why, we're not quite sure. But maybe we'll figure it out by the end. For some reason, they do things to you that are like hard and painful. And Danny used to play his fucking depressing, hopeless war. Right? Because that's what it feels like to try to be like positive in a game. And sometimes that's also what it feels like to be positive in your own life. Is that you're fighting this like hopeless war against, I'm not quite sure what. But I think it comes back to the scuttle. It comes back to this idea that like you woke up today and you got into a game. And you had this idea about what was supposed to happen. And somebody took that away from you. Who took it away from you? Anyone but yourself. It was not enough lane pressure, as you guys put it, or you know, like the other team, like having someone took something away from you, and then you get angry, and you feel hurt because you had this idea of what you wanted, but it's not what they gave you. Poor Voyboy wakes up every day and he's like, I love League of Legends. I used to be pro. I like to stream. I just want to play this fucking game because I love the game. And it's cool. Like, I'm okay losing. I'm okay winning. I just want to play. That's all I want to do. If I get crushed, I get crushed. No big deal. I just want to play the game. But instead, so he has this idea, right? Like he has this expectation. And that's the word you guys haven't used yet, but that's the word I'm going to toss out as the root of all this. He had this expectation. It's like, I'm going to queue and I'm going to get to play League of Legends. Not an unreasonable expectation. And then someone somewhere out there puts a bounty on his head. And then he doesn't get to play that game. And I know it's like kind of apples and oranges, and I don't mean to suggest that Voyboy's like the guy who, you know, rages when he loses the scuttle in the first 5 minutes. But there is actually an interesting parallel because like it's about an expectation that gets dashed. Right? And I think that one is a far more reasonable expectation, but at the end of it, I still see an expectation. That he just doesn't get to play the game, and it's not fair. Now, the interesting thing is, like, when we look at Voyboy, we can say, yeah, dude, actually, you're right. It's not fair. But the interesting thing is, how does the Scuttle player feel when he loses the Scuttle? It's not fair. And so, if it's not fair to me, it sure as hell isn't going to be fair to you. If I'm diving the top tower, your ass is coming with me. If I'm going to throw, you're going to throw too, because I ain't throwing alone. And we get to this like idea of, I don't know exactly how this turns into like sabotaging, but it also is like taking the world with you. and now I'm kind of like at a little bit of a loss, but I feel like there's something really important about, making it fair. And sort of this sense that Kareem is like, yeah, it feels fair, right? Like, it's like what I feel about someone who ints, what I really think describes them is righteous. What do you guys think about that?
I think it makes sense. I think, it's league, like, I mean, in the context of league, like, it's a team game. There's like 10 people playing, and there's so many factors that determine the results. But at the end of the day, like, if you want to single-handedly decide the result for your whole team, you can. You could literally just leave the game, or buy Mobies and run it down mid. So it's like you're taking all the control away from everyone else, and like it's you have all the control, right? Like you basically just decided everybody's fate, for better or for worse. And so I don't know, maybe like, I mean, you're the expert, but that's, I don't know, maybe that's kind of in parallel with what you're saying.
Maybe not. Sir Ches, what do you think?
Honestly, I don't know.
Okay.
But I'm gonna stick with what Boy said.
Yeah, so I think there's something really important here, right? So like, let's forget about the term righteousness for a second, but I think there's something about taking control when control has been taken away from you. What do you guys think about that?
I think somewhere along the way, this game stopped being team focused in the way that people view it, and became a lot more individual focused when people queue up. And that kind of removed the idea that sometimes there are going to be circumstances where it's actually not good to contest an objective or to make a play. And that in turn like leads to those events, those unfavorable events, and then that leads to the behavior that comes with that. If that makes sense.
Can somebody help me understand that?
Yeah, no, I think it does make sense. Everyone, it was kind of like the first thing we like were talking about too. Like, it's everyone wants to be like, it's like you're playing Skyrim or something. Like, you go into a game and you're just like, this is what I want to do. This is how I'm gonna win. Like, I just watched like this pro player or like Tarzan like jungle. Like, oh, I know exactly like how to like 1v9 this game. And then like, oh, this like this, and then they go for something and like they don't get the help, or they mess up, or they want to like find something else. Like, it's just figuring out like why did it go wrong? Why was it not me? And some people will be like, oh, that was my bad. Like, they'll learn from it. They'll improve as a player. Like, that's really good. But I think it's kind of meta, at least it has been in the community, to like, yeah, it's all about you. Like, who can I blame if it's not going the way I want? If the game's going to be hard or like a little bit arduous for my personal POV, maybe it's worth just like giving up. Like, let's just open, like running it down, like whatever the way you want to like kind of deal with that feeling, I guess. And it like everyone has their own way of dealing with it. Like, for me, if I'm jungling and I want to go for scuttle and their lanes collapse and I lose it or I die, like, I'm not going to run the game down because it happened. Some people will, some people won't. Some people will keep playing their best. Like, but just from my perspective, I'll just be like, okay, that sucks, but like, what can we do from here? Like, how do we play this game out? Because I really think most solo games are winnable, and that's why I try to like encourage my teams to like never give up and like play it out and focus on like what win conditions that we can find, even if it's like a small chance, right? Like, I've gotten flack for this over the years, but like, yeah, if you start off a game with like a 50% chance of winning and like your regular elo, and then things are going poorly, and then it turns out you're really behind, and maybe it's a 10% chance, a lot of people would just like want to go next immediately. And I'm not saying this is correct, but this is like how I've always approached it. Like, I want to play for that like 10% chance of like winning the game usually, which is like very far gone from like giving up as soon as you lose like the first thing that you're fighting for, which is like a scuttle cover or whatever, which is maybe the percent chance to lose the game after that went down by like like 2 or 3 or something like that. Who even knows? Like 1%. Like I don't know exactly, but I don't know.
How did the
it's kind of
meta? Sorry, how did the meta become that way?
I think. Oh, sorry.
No, all you.
Okay. I think over time, like I think lots of it has to do with Riot. I think like it's just we've been like I know Boy did like the video on the stairs like asking for help and stuff. But like we've been doing that for years. Years. We've been talking like directly, like one on one and like in person and stuff. Like the toxicity, like people like leaving games and stuff. Like this has been happening for ages. And I think like we've been waiting for so long and it's just never really happened. I think some people were just like, yeah, like kind of lost a little hope, right, to like solve this issue. It's just kind of spiraled out of control, it feels like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I agree with that 100%.
What is this video? You said video on the stairs?
Oh.
What does that mean?
I mean, boy,
Is
you
that
can
league terminology?
It was yeah, it was like a vlog I did talking about solo queue and league and how Riot hasn't like done anything for years and how the systems just keep getting worse. And people are just like abusing it and like there's no consequences and stuff. So it was basically asking like Riot to like fix shit and help us, right? Because I do think a lot of the blame is on Riot. You know, like their system has been broken for like so long, and if you like, we're talking about people like why people in like this kind of stuff, but like if you go into a game and you just like start running it down, like you should get punished for that. You shouldn't be able to like just queue back up and go into another game and do the same thing and ruin like 9 other people's experience. But like for so many years, like that's just it's like people literally have like ran down like 50 games in a row, and like even their automated the detection systems haven't done anything in a lot of cases. So it's been like a pretty big problem for a while now. So yeah, like the stairs thing was just me sitting down like doing like a vlog talking about it and like asking Riot to help, because like we've been saying the same things for so many years, and at least that video, like a lot of people like resonated with the message and like shared it, and Riot like watched it and responded and stuff like that. But I mean, we're still far from like a good system. But
they say
yeah, they said like, yeah, we've been working on stuff, like we hear you guys, like all this stuff, and they've been posting like more consistent updates about like how they're approaching like the systems and toxicity and like fix like improving their automated system, all this kind of things. But yeah, I mean, obviously it takes time. I don't think anyone expects it to like, but it's been like a problem for like so many years. But with that said, like it does take time. But yeah, I don't know. Hopefully, like going into next season, there'll be a more robust system, I guess, and some of the problems can be addressed. But I don't really know. Like it's kind of like a wait and see thing at this point.
So pardon my ignorance, but and does anybody else want to bounce off of what Boy said? I want to give people a chance, but I had a couple of like general questions about League. So like, does League have a report system?
Yeah, but it's the most flawed system ever. It is useless.
What do you mean by flawed? How is it flawed?
It's flawed in that punishable behavior isn't punished, or very rarely is. Like, there have been so many instances where there was blatant things that are against, like, the summoner's code or whatever, that have been reported but not punished, and then there are like on the complete end where on the complete other end where there are things that shouldn't like be seen as serious get punished. I think like this yeah.
And is there anything like, you guys know what the concept of the behavior score in Dota?
No.
You guys heard about this? Okay.
No.
So Dota actually has a pretty interesting thing which they implemented a couple of years ago. I mean, some people complain about the system. Generally speaking, my experience with it has been pretty positive. So you have this thing called a behavior score that goes from 0 to 10,000. And generally speaking, I don't know exactly how. It's like on the back end, you don't really know. I don't know how your behavior score changes. But if you have a high behavior score, you get paired with other people with a high behavior score. And what I tend to find is since they implemented behavior scores, generally speaking, in my games, I've been very surprised by like when I fuck up, people will be like, hey man, that's okay, don't worry about it. And I also hear that there's an absolute cesspool of like low behavior score people. So like for example, if you disconnect from a game, you get put into something called low priority queue, which means they take all the all the degenerates and they stick them in games. And literally what can happen is you can get stuck in low priority queue because everyone is inting all the time. And it's just like constantly like all the ragers just being paired with each other.
Mm-hmm. But then how do you get out of that if you decide that
you have to finish? All you have to do, it's like fucking jail. I kid you not. It's like purgatory. You have to like complete 5 low priority queue games or something like that. And I've never. I mean, I've always been curious, but I've never been in a low priority queue game before. And so I'm afraid to go in because I'm afraid I'm never going to be able to get out. But I think it is kind of interesting that like, you know, they have implemented things, and generally speaking, like people are pretty positive in the games that I play. I mean, there's still people who are upset and stuff, and I think in Dota, you know, you're not locked in for 25 minutes, it's 45 minutes, baby. It's damn near an hour. And so that's really painful. And you can't surrender in Dota. There's no concede button. Which also is kind of an interesting design choice. But yeah, what do you guys think about that?
I think it's a good idea. I mean, very rarely do I get in a game where everyone's positive. Like very rare. I probably like one game every month, and I play like 10 games a day or more. So it's very rare. But when you get in those kind of games, even when you're losing, your whole team is so positive. Everyone just has fun about it. They're like, "Oh, we're losing," and we just like start playing around and have fun losing. And that's like the kind of games I want to play daily. To have more enjoyment playing League.
Yeah, I would rather. No, you go, Dan.
Those systems typically only work for like lower rating, just because there's more people playing, so you'll actually find a match with actual like the amount of positive people. Once you reach higher,
I'm pretty
the
low
pool
rating.
players is lower. So
yeah,
I imagine like maybe if they implement that, it'd take like hours to find a game.
Yep.
So probably why they don't do it.
Yeah, that's. I was gonna say something related to that too. So I don't think Riot would do something like that because of that problem, and also like I mean like they tried with like the whole honor system, right? But the thing with the honor system that Riot implemented, like what ends up happening is usually people just honor like it's like you can honor for like I think it's like shot calling, like what are the other ones, guys? Like I don't even know, like
Just like staying positive and
yeah, like
a good game.
Yeah, like having like it's like there's like a heart one, and then I don't know. For me, like I just at this point just default like people that like even like I don't think anyone uses the honor system for like the way it was designed. People just usually just be like, oh, who like popped off the hardest kind of, and they just honor them. So if you have like a high honor level, it's usually just like, oh, you just probably like carry like a decent percentage of your games. So but it's kind of weird because it's called honor, and like there's like rewards tied to it. Like you get like little skin capsules and stuff like that, but it doesn't really help in like the sense that like encourage. I don't think it really encourages like those kind of behaviors or like makes the community truly better. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't have like the numbers like that, but it never felt like it really did anything productive, at least from my perspective.
Yeah.
Would you guys describe the League community as toxic?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Majority of it, probably.
Really? So you guys, this isn't like a vocal minority kind of thing.
He sounds so surprised.
No, this is like public
wide
consensus
majority.
that yeah, everyone thinks that way. Everyone will think of League as toxic. Why? Probably just have more bad experiences than good ones in playing a game. And like you play games for fun normally if you play casually. they probably just ran into more bad experiences than good.
Interesting. So this is kind of a random aside, but the problem with the behavior score system. So like you guys, this is going to be a random question. I have no idea if you guys have any experience with this. If you have a kid who acts out, like, do you guys know what so if let's say there are 10 kids in 10 classes that act out. Do you guys know what happens when I take all those 10 kids out of those classes and stick them in a class together?
No.
So the interesting thing is that generally speaking, if you want to rehabilitate people, you don't separate. You keep them with so if you take like a toxic person, so if you think about like if you think about alcoholics, for example, maybe this is an easier example. So if we have a bunch of alcoholics and you actually put an alcoholic with a group of sober people, that's actually how they get sober. Does that make sense? You don't do it by putting a bunch of alcoholics together. And I know people sort of say, but isn't Alcoholics Anonymous like a bunch of alcoholics together? Well, yes, but they're also sober. They're sober alcoholics, right? So the interesting thing, the downside, I think, to the behavior score system is that it actually concentrates all of the positivity in one area, which is great if you're a positive person, but also makes it hopeless for everyone else. And what I'm kind of curious about is you guys talk about the meta has become toxicity. And so what my question is to you guys is how do we change that? And I know you guys have said Riot needs to do something, so fine, but that's them.
We gotta make everyone positive.
How do you do that?
I mean, I don't even want the whole community to be like positive, necessarily. Just I just wish people would be more mellow, chill, not so just getting so hyphy and vicious on each other for maybe having a bad game or playing poorly or whatever, whatever their perceived offenses. I don't know. I just feel it's just so easy to tear people down, whether you're playing a game or watching a stream or posting a Reddit comment or a YouTube comment, whatever. I know this is it's the internet. I don't know. It's kind of, I mean, you're asking what can we do about it? It's just it's just hard when a lot of places that you look, it's there's so much negativity and it can be draining over time, even if it's not even directed at you, right? Just seeing it so consistently. And honestly, I have no idea. Like I said, just I feel trying on our we're just a few streamers, right? People, I'm sure there's a lot of people watching this or might hear this convo that might be a part of the people that want a more chill community, want more positivity, less negative hyphy behavior. But what can we all do, right? That's the thing. It just feels like I'm not gonna say for example, I've been sorry, I'm saying a lot and stuff. I'm trying to figure out where I'm going with this, but it's I've been streaming for 10 years almost, League, and I feel I've always tried to set a good example and do my best, not being fake. I'll get mad, I'll be this guy literally through the game, I'll call people out, but I've just tried my best to not be the things that I feel really tear me down or tear other people down that I see it sometimes in the community. And it just feels I just feel at the end of the day, what did I really accomplish? It just feels there's so much overwhelming negativity around, and it feels there's nothing I can really do on an individual level or we can really do to change that. That's honestly like Danny said, it's a hopeless war. I'm not saying I've given up or anything like that, but it really just feels I have I have no clue what we could possibly do to change that.
It's we're waiting for reinforcements, but all we get is little Timmy with a little wagging little sword in the back. But
some key fragments.
Yeah, where's our help?
Yeah, what I'm hearing is that positive League players are an endangered species.
Yes,
I,
sir.
I get the sense, I mean, this hopeless war analogy of like you guys are like, stalwart warriors falling one at a time. And every time one of you falls, you like look behind you to see if reinforcements coming and no one's coming. It sounds pretty bleak, to be honest, guys. Sounds hard.
Again, I'm not sitting here pretending to be a very, very positive person. I'm not. And I also
Cool.
don't think that it's realistic to think that there is a day that's going to come where the majority of the community is going to be positive. However, I think like with the like it's undeniable that it has been a downward spiral because a few seasons ago it was never the way that it is today. So I'm just so curious as to what happened. There must have been like this. It's like a community, but it's also like a culture in a way, where it's become normalized to be toxic. And I'm not sure where that comes from. Maybe it's just from the fact that most people don't play this as a job, and they just queue up for a game of League to like escape or lash out or whatever the case may be. But I just wonder, like, I'm really not sure how it got to this point.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know. I
I
just
think
wanted
that's a fascinating question. I sometimes wonder, so pretty much like there are big trends that are happening. So I wonder if the trends that we see in gaming have nothing to do with Riot or the actual games. They have to do with the people in them. So what has happened to people's lives over the last 3 or 4 years? Generally speaking, one thing that we know is that mental illness has now surpassed heart disease and cancer and is now number one in the United States for what we call morbidity and mortality, which means that like the burden of disease is now worse. So we're number one. So something is going on with people's minds in general, like across the developed world. Probably also true in like third world countries or developing countries as well. But generally speaking, like people's minds are becoming more toxic. And I wonder if that has something to do with it. Like I think there are big macro trends. I do think that I'm not ready to give up hope yet. And I know that you guys, and that's probably because I'm new and naive. And I'm Timmy with the little sword. Because I just
Hey, we're
don't
training
know.
little Timmy though.
Huh?
We gotta train little Timmy though. That's our
Sure.
goal.
So maybe little Timmy needs to learn how it is. But I have a couple of like crazy thoughts. I mean, so I think the first is that I think we can understand as a community like how where like tilt comes from. And I think we have to understand that like tilt, the reason that tilt happens and the reason that there's so much toxicity is because I think it feels good. Right? Like we said earlier, I know it sounds kind of bizarre, but being positive is going to wipe you out in 4 hours. Raging at the internet is like something that you can sustain for hours on end. And I don't quite understand why that is or how that is. I think part of it feels like very validating or resonant, for lack of a better term. Like it feels right. And so, you can do a lot of things that feel right. Whereas like, restraining yourself, like we were talking about earlier, if you feel hopeless, if you don't want to display your negativity, that comes at a cost. Whereas like letting loose, and I think it kind of goes back to what Kareem was saying earlier about, you can rage when you lose or you can learn. And Kareem, why don't you think people pick learn?
I think either because they don't want to learn and play the game casually, or because it is the harder like route to take.
So what makes it harder? And this kind of comes back to what Danny was saying about perspective, right? So Danny was saying like if people can get perspective, they don't tilt. So
Right.
what makes perspective hard? Why don't people have perspective?
Just do something different.
I'm sorry?
You gotta do something different to like learn that.
Yeah,
I'll say again, like they just fall into the same routine. You know, they don't want to change or do anything different because it's just easy to do the same thing.
What makes it easy to do the same thing?
Because you know it. You know what to do. You feel comfortable doing it because you're in your zone. You don't want to step out of that zone.
Yeah.
You're not really challenging yourself and putting yourself in a position to fail, I guess, when you're doing the same thing that you know.
You're putting other people in a position to fail. Because fuck them. If you're going to fail, they're going to fail too. Right? If I'm diving the top tower, your ass is coming with me. If I'm going to have a bad game, you're going to have a bad game. Yeah, so I think that's a big part of it. So like here are a couple of, I mean, do you guys have anything else? Like I feel like sort of I have a couple of conclusions to share with you guys. I'm just curious what you think. And I wanted to sort of give you guys some chances to respond or tell me I'm an idiot. And tilt. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think I've learned a lot from what y'all have to say. And I'll start with this once again. I've said it 2 or 3 times already. But the first thing is that it blows my mind how parallel what you guys are describing is to actual real life. And it kind of starts with this idea of expectation. Right? So like I'll give you guys just like a real life example. Let's say I'm smart. Because that's what we are as gamers, right? We're smart. And then we go to school and we've been smart. So like I've gotten straight A's through the 6th grade. And then 7th
You
grade.
didn't have to flex on us.
Huh?
I said you didn't have to flex on us.
Oh, straight A's through the 6th grade is flexing now? and so I go to the 7th grade and I find that I get a B. And then what does that mean about me being smart? What do you guys think?
It threatens it a little bit.
Absolutely. So how do I get an A? What do I have to do now in 7th grade?
You gotta study.
And
work harder.
What does studying say about me being smart?
You're not as smart as you thought you were.
You're damn right. It's interesting, right? So what I need to do actually threatens who I am. I'm stuck. I'm screwed. Paralyzed. Because if I study, I'm not smart anymore. And if I don't study, I'm going to get a B, and I'm not smart anymore. So what is the only way I can preserve my intelligence? You guys know?
Not studying.
And
still.
And what?
Still getting A's.
Nope. It's actually to stop trying.
Yeah, you just don't even get tested or whatever, right? You don't even.
Absolutely.
Oh, yeah, you
do it.
leave.
You just don't want to see the result.
Absolutely. You're damn right. I just say, oh yeah, I don't care about learning English. I read Dostoevsky in my free time. I don't need to read this middle school shit. You denigrate it. And then it's okay to get a B. Because you're smart. So it starts with an expectation. I don't know how exactly that translates into League, but I think there's something in there about not learning and not getting better. It's the easy road, right? Kareem was like, it's hard to learn. Danny's like, it's hard to change who you are. So these people preserve who they are because it's easier. So I'm going to be bronze and call everyone else a shitty. Bronze is a rank in League, is that right?
Yeah.
I don't know. Okay. So like I'm going to stay bronze and I'm just going to call everyone else shitties. So I think there's something there. The second thing is like, oh man, GG, go next. Oh God, if there's one problem in our society right now, it's GG, go next. Because this is what we do. Like people who are stuck at home, they wake up one day and they're like, yeah, today I'm going to learn how to code. And they load up League. And then what happens after 1 hour is they tell themselves GG, go next. And you know what next is? It's tomorrow. And then they wake up tomorrow and they're like, today I'm going to learn how to code. And they play one game and they say, GG, go next. Right? It's like the first 5 minutes when you lose the scuttle, you give up on the game and you're like, GG, go next. I want it to be perfect. Otherwise, it's not the game that I envisioned. Oh shit, like coding turns out that it's way muddier and it's not the expectation that I had. Like I knew what I wanted to do this game. I was going to be a Tarzan or whatever, and I was going to own everyone 1v9 and someone ruined it for me, so fuck that. expectation. And we have expectations for our rise from the shittiness of our life. Right? We're going to be transformed. And like some people are like, I'm going to be the next boy. I'm going to be the next positive streamer. I'm going to be the next Kareem. I'm going to be the next XYZ. And I'm going to become a big league streamer. And then when things don't go their way, when they start streaming for like 2 or 3 days and they have like 30 viewers, they're like, screw that. Like, it's easier to say GG, go next and give up than it is to actually like try to learn. And that kind of gets to this issue of like, what are our choices? Either we rage or we learn. And there is something really, really awesome about raging and giving up because it feels good. It just feels really good. It feels really good to say GG, go next. And I thought it was really interesting. So if you guys listened to Kareem's words, he said, it feels good, but it's not the right thing. And I think there are a lot of people on Twitch who do things because they feel good and they know it's not the right thing. Like, you should stop playing League after one game and like maybe learn how to code. But there's that voice in all of us that's like, what I'm doing is not the right thing, but I want to do it anyway because it feels good. So then the question is, why do you is this okay? Am I just ranting? Am I losing you guys?
No, you're great.
No, that's good.
That was
Okay.
really good. That was awesome.
Okay. So then we get to like, okay, so then why is that? And I think it's beautiful because you guys gave it to us like in the first 5 seconds of stream. Ego. Right? If we think about like where does ego go into this? I think a lot of toxicity comes from ego. A lot of toxicity comes from this idea that like I'm intelligent. Like I have this identity is I'm very smart. Look at how 5-head I am. And the more that we attach ourselves to that identity of I am this way, like the more we get to this bass-ackwards sort of situation where like I get a B in class and I'm relegating myself to B's or C's or D's or dropping out for the rest of my life. Because that's what GG Go Next looks like. For the people who are 23 and living at home and watching Twitch all day, I love you guys, but your problem started when you started saying GG Go Next. So the really crazy thing that I had never envisioned before is that an antidote to this problem, of all places, is League of Legends. This is the really crazy thought. And I'd never really thought about this until this moment. But the way you guys are describing League of Legends makes me think that if you can take a toxic player and transform them in League of Legends, the same formula is what's necessary to transform your real life. Because it's the same shit. Mm-hmm. It's ego, it's expectation, it's perspective. What does perspective mean? Perspective is something that I would call attachment. You are one in the game. Your identity is lost in the game. It's not just a game. It's everything. For that person in that moment, League is everything. And you fucking asshole, you took my scuttle, you're taking everything away from me. And so how do you cultivate that perspective? Right? Because some of you guys are able to do it, but it's like really hard. And even in your case, Boy, I think you could everyone can benefit from perspective. When you have 100% perspective, you guys know what we call that? Or what another term for that is? And it's kind of a weird open-ended question. When you have like 100% perspective all the time, that's what Buddha called enlightenment. Distance from the thing that you are doing. The ability to recognize that all of your emotions that get wrapped up in that is not a real thing, but it feels so real in that moment. It's being able to take distance from it and saying like, that's just the game. And what Buddha realized is that life is actually just one big game. And you don't have to get bent out of shape. That life can do crappy things to you, but this is a big revelation that he had. Most of what sucks about life is what we do to ourselves when life does something to us. Like, because the damage doesn't come when we get a B. The damage comes the way that we respond to the B. When I lose Scuttle, I haven't lost a League of Legends game. What causes me to lose the League of Legends game? When I run down mid. And this is the shocking thing that I don't think people get, is that most of what's ruining their lives is not the Scuttle. It's the fucking running down mid. And this is where things like, you guys, I know y'all are hopeless, but this is what gives me hope. I know it sounds crazy. You may not have control over the scuttle, but you actually have control over running down mid. And so you can actually win that game. In fact, it's probably pretty, your chances are like maybe 51-49. So a couple of things, guys. Today is a very exciting day because we're launching our coaching platform. That I don't think people get is that most of what's ruining their lives is not the scuttle. It's the fucking running down mid. And this is where things like, you guys, I know y'all are hopeless, but this is what gives me hope. I know it sounds crazy. You may not have control over the scuttle, but you actually have control over running down mid. And so you can actually win that game. In fact, it's probably pretty, your chances are like maybe 51-49 or like 49-51, like not in your favor after losing a scuttle. But the way that we respond to what life gives us is ultimately what determines whether we win or we lose. And that's like really, really bizarre, but I refer back to the studying example. Because getting a B, it's like weird, but we get on this trajectory of like throwing. And we just throw at life. And then we feel hopeless. But here's the crazy thing. Like, so let me ask you guys, when someone loses scuttle and starts running down mid, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being completely hopeless and 1 being having all the hope in the world, where are they?
Where are they?
Where are they?
Oh.
In the game?
No, like on a scale of hopelessness.
In the context of the game, or
yeah, in the context of the game.
Oh, I mean, like hopeless, I guess.
Absolutely, right?
Yeah.
So, but the funny thing there is, it's the hopelessness which causes them to run down mid. It's the hopelessness which causes us to not act. But the crazy thing is that the hopelessness is like kind of false. Like we know that in the context of League of Legends, right?
Yeah.
Like you're not actually, like, what the fuck, man? You just lost 100 gold item. Like, we can still dumpster these shitties. Just play the fucking game.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not what we do, because once we feel hopeless, then we don't see, like in that moment, we're not able to see. And what is it that lets us see? Danny Lee, baby. Perspective. Perspective. Hey, take a step back, man. And this is the other thing that Buddha taught. Expectation leads to attachment. Attachment leads to suffering. I'm like, I shit you guys not. If you guys go back and you read the Pali or the Sanskrit, it's exactly what you guys said about League of Legends. When I go into the game, I'm gonna get to the top scuttle first, or left scuttle or right scuttle, whatever, one of the scuttles. I'm gonna beat the other jungle player to it, and then I'm gonna go and I'm gonna get the bottom scuttle too. And then I'm gonna be 200 G up. I'm gonna buy this item. I'm gonna gank mid. We're gonna roll these fuckers. Expectation, attachment. Now I'm gonna leave you guys with one other question. Who is more likely to tilt? The person who goes 2-0 in a game, or the person who goes 0-2 in a game?
I think it depends on player themselves.
Okay.
That's rough.
Because, like, I mean, there's games where I'll be like 10-0, like hard smurfing, and then like I'll make one mistake and like we'll lose like an objective or something, and I'll feel really bad. I'll actually be like pretty tilted, but I mean I can still bounce back. And there'll be games where I'm just getting camped, and I'll be like 0-5, but I know we can win, and I know that, like, you know, the jungler's permatop, we're getting stuff on the other side of the map, like, you know, it's like a balance. Like, and there's some games like I'm just like completely neutral, and I'll be tilted like pretty hard.
Sure.
And I know it's like a pretty big spectrum for everybody.
I agree. Yeah, go ahead.
I think it's a lot more likely for the 0-2 to turn into an 0-10 than for the 2-0 to turn into 2-8. Not in that the 2-0 might not be tilted. They might be tilted, but still continue to try. But once you're 2-0, once you're 0-2, there's that level of hopelessness that settles in, and the more you die, the worse it gets.
Okay.
If that makes sense.
Yep. So like if you go 0-2, so I think that there's a subtle thing there. I'm sorry, did somebody else want to say something? Oh. Okay. So I think that there's a really interesting thing there, right? So I hear what you guys are saying. I think it is like kind of a simple, I mean, it's a complicated issue that I'm trying to turn into a simple question to illustrate a point.
Mm-hmm.
So I definitely know people who go 0-2 who feel super fucking tilted. Because what was supposed to happen? I was supposed to go 2-0.
They're supposed to be 2-0.
Right? And so here's the crazy thing. So most of chat seems to think that 2-0 is more likely to tilt. And why is that? I think it's because once you're 2-0, what do you expect to happen for the rest of the game?
You expect everything to go in your favor?
Absolutely. So when you're
like you
0-2, absolutely. When you're 0-2 and you get a kill, how do you feel?
Feels
Relieved.
good. Get a shutdown.
Okay. When you're 2-0 and you die, how do you feel?
Like you just threw?
Absolutely, right? So it's about expectation. Expectation is key. What do you expect every day when you wake up? And the more that you expect, the closer you are to the thing. I don't know how else to put that. I don't know if that makes sense. And then you lose perspective. And the more that you can separate yourself out, the more expectation will melt away. You can see, like, there's no expectation is about being invested. Does that make sense? Like, I can expect certain things to happen, but they're not going to bother me unless I'm invested. I can go into a game and I can be like, okay, I should win because this is a favorable matchup. But, like, maybe I won't. And then you do well. And so the crazy thing here is that when it comes down to it, I think that, like, okay, how to wrap up. So, like, let me just try to piece this together. So I see a lot of this stuff around expectation and perspective, of gaining perspective. And I also see, like, some themes where I get that you guys are hopeless, but I'm not hopeless. And that's probably just because I haven't played enough League of Legends. And the reason that I'm not hopeless is I think that you guys are hopeless for the same reason. I think there's some common element, although your situation does sound genuinely... Are we dropping? What's going on?
I think Voy and Danny just DC'd.
GG?
Yeah, go next, yeah.
GG, go next. Next stream? GG Discord. GG. There's lots of talk of GG, go next.
We lost voice.
Anyway, I forgot what I was saying. Did you guys, y'all remember? Sometimes I just start going and I don't remember exactly where I was.
I do that
Nope.
too.
I mean, we cut out, so I don't know.
I was listening intently, but then it was...
Yeah, you were here.
I was listening, but
okay. Anyway, I don't know what I was saying, but okay, let me try to get it back. So I was talking to you guys about, like, expectation, right? So the reason that the 2-0 person tilts is because they have an expectation that they're going to continue to dumpster. And it's that expectation that actually screws them. Because the second that you tell yourself, like, oh, I got this shit. I got this shit on lock. That's the moment that you open yourself up to tilt. And if it's sort of like, hey, I've got an advantage, let's see if we can turn this into a 3-0, but maybe they'll compensate. And by the way, like, I'm worth way more because now I'm on a kill streak. Right? So there's like a rubber band mechanic built into the game. This is definitely not on lock. Let's see if I can dumpster these shitties. So there's a big difference between I'm going to and let's see if. Anyway, this kind of gets back to the sort of the last issue of, like, what do we do about toxicity in League? And I hear that, you know, hopefully Riot does more. They're working on it. Sounds like pretty cool and hopeful. At the same time, I would be careful about underestimating your own impact. So one of the things that you kind of learn as a therapist is that oftentimes you don't realize, like, how helpful you are. Like, if I'm working with someone who's got bad depression and they come into my office every week and they're, like, depressed every week, what am I going to feel like? I going to feel like I'm doing a good job?
Maybe not.
So sometimes the most important thing that you can offer someone is like your constancy in the face of hopelessness. So I cannot underplay how important it is that you guys do what you do. Because there's a lot of victory in overcoming hopelessness. There's something like wonderfully noble about standing against it anyway. Right? So you guys are on the front lines, everyone except for Kareem. So Kareem just doesn't apply to you.
Yeah, fuck that guy.
A little bit behind us.
Right? So like just the fact that you guys show up day after day dealing with the shit that you deal with, I don't think you guys realize like how important that is, and don't underestimate your inability to see it for the lack of effect. Because if we listen to Kareem, he's kind of saying 3 years ago things weren't like this. So oftentimes we as human beings don't realize how profound of an impact we have on other human beings. We don't see it, but it doesn't mean that it isn't important. And I've seen time and time and time again that all it takes is like one person to like transform something, like a community. And in your case, like, I don't know exactly what's going to come from this. I find it hard to believe that anyone who's watching this stream is going to be more likely to tilt or rage at the end of the stream. I have to say that something about what you guys have shared and the perspective that we've gained is going to positively impact things in some way. I just, I don't think what you guys say is rage inducing. I don't think it tilts people more. I think it's actually like positive and inspiring. And something tells me like people who are watching have to go into their league games at some point and like maybe rage a little bit less. What do you guys think about that?
Yeah, it makes sense. Like sometimes I get, hate mail or hate messages. People will just hate on me for no reason. Like I haven't done anything to them. I'm very positive and stuff. So I don't see why they hate me.
That's why
and
they
would
hate
just. Oh, okay.
We'll talk about that in a second, but keep going. I didn't mean to derail you.
Oh yeah. Usually, I just ignore those kind of messages, but I did respond to one. I said, I don't know why you hate me, but I hope the best for you. And it was crazy because he responded back it's like, why are you wishing the best for me? Like I hate you and all that stuff, but wow, man, thank you. And he starts being more positive. So I was like, oh, okay, well, that's cool.
I think you got lucky there, bro.
I know I got the one person I responded to.
No, but I think so. So does anybody have any idea why so many people hate Chris?
Yes, let me know, guys. Why do you hate me?
No, there's no way.
Why do you guys think people hate him? Or I shouldn't say so many people. I should say the ones that hate him a lot and take the time out of their day to DM him. Why do you guys think that is?
I don't know, I think like maybe he's trying to spread like a positive message, or at least a different message in their eyes. That like how you're thinking is like different from theirs. In a sense, you're telling them they're wrong, or in a way, I think.
Yep, it's terrifying. So like, let me ask you guys a question. We're going to go back to the 6th grader who's now in 7th grade and got a B on a test. And who's debating between, do I stop studying or do I study and then therefore I lose my smartness? And then like the person who does that person hate the most? It's the person who they perceive as smart, who they one day find out has been studying. Right? So I think Chris, the reason that people send you hateful messages is because if they had chosen differently, they could have been who you are. They see themselves in you. The thing that inspires, in my opinion, the most vitriolic hate is when you see the person that you are making the choice that you didn't make. Because that's hard. the most engaging to the ego. Because I can't tolerate that. Because if Sanchez does it, that means that my entire life has been a lie. Maybe it's because of the champions you spam.
Yeah, people like Singe.
Fucking people watch Chris's stream, and then as a result, they're picking Singed in my games, and they're losing.
Yeah, I mean,
so fuck you.
Sorry, man. I'm trying to teach them the right way.
So any kind of, we've been running at it for close to like an hour and a half or so, a little over. You guys have any like thoughts or questions?
Well, I guess what you said about how we do have an impact, even if we can't always see it. Yeah, it definitely. I definitely like appreciate and understand that. Like, when like I'll get I'll get like hate messages, but I'll also get like, positive message from people who be like, "Hey, boy, like just like watching your stream, like just seeing like, how you are in game and like how you don't give up and just keep trying and try to like rally your team up and stuff." Like it helped me out, like not only in game but also like in like other aspects of life, which I personally I don't really understand, because like for me it's like pretty easy to like think about win conditions in League and like know like how we can come back in a game even if it's losing and stuff like that. But like, translating that, like you were talking about how like we can like have an example for like real life, like translating it to my own life, it's like a lot harder, right? Like I think in League, like it's really easy for me to like be positive because I understand the game and I understand like how we can win, like what are the options, like if it's hopeless then I'll be like, all right, well maybe we lost this. But like in life it's just so much of a mystery, right? And there's just so many unknowns and like so much that it's not like a game like in League where like the rules are, I
Voy,
guess.
what's the difference between real life and League when it comes to you?
Um, I don't know. That's really hard, actually. Sorry.
Yeah. So it's kind of a weird ass question. Does anyone even understand the question?
I get it, but I think it's such a like a special case. I think like Voy has put in his life into the game, so League in a way has become his life.
You're damn right.
Yeah.
So he says life is so much harder, and that's because Voy has dedicated a decade of his life to understanding League.
Mm-hmm.
And Voy, how much of your life have you dedicated to understanding life?
Probably stopped about a decade ago, if my calculations are correct. No,
So I think
not exactly, but yeah.
only reason to me that it is harder than League for you is because you have taken, and I know this is going to sound weird and evoke memes, but you have taken your massive intellect and dedication and you have put it into one thing for a decade. And then you're saying, oh shit, this is so much easier than this other thing. Well, no fucking wonder, man. That's because you've been investing in it for a decade.
Yeah, when you put it like that. I
So,
feel
like, let me explain something to you guys. Life is not actually harder than games. The big difference is we just don't fucking practice one. Like, we don't think about it. We don't try to improve. We don't do replay analysis. We don't watch streamers. Think about someone that you know that's good at life. Think about someone that you know that's good at League. How do you learn from the League player? You watch their fucking stream. How do you learn from the person at life? You don't. If they try to have a conversation with you, you run for the hills. Oh shit, he's good at life. I'm a reject who plays LOL all day. I can't interact with him. Like, this is the thing that blows my mind. Like, I've literally taken like these like cases. So this is like something. So I was in a class at Harvard Business School, okay? And I had this case for a bunch of fucking, there were 100 physicians in a class at Harvard Business School. And they gave me this case study, which is like a complex problem. It's like a 16-page thing about optimizing revenue in a urology clinic. I took this case to a group of my gamer buddies, and I was like, what do you guys think about this? They work on it for a day, tell me what they think. I go into class the next day, and they're like, what do people think about the case? I raise my hand, and I say what my gamer buddies told me. Professor is impressed. Gamer buddies told me. And they're like, what do people think about the case? I raise my hand, and I say what my gamer buddies told me. Professor is impressed. Just turn your focus. It's about your attention and your focus. Think about the way that you play the game of League. Think about all of the struggles that you go through, all the energy you expend in streaming. And you don't expend a fraction of that in the rest of your life. So, like, no wonder you suck at it. But it doesn't mean that you suck. You suck at it. You're not bad. You just haven't invested in it, bro. Like, that's what I'm telling you guys. Like, I invested a couple years of my life into learning how I work as a human being, and absolutely worth the investment. Where does desire come from? What is the nature of attachment and suffering? Who is more likely to tilt, 2 and 0 or 0 and 2? How do you work as a human being? Learn these things. I think you guys actually understand a lot of stuff. Y'all have a leg up because y'all seem to be good League players. That means you guys are like smart and dedicated. And if you just shift the focus, you'll be amazed at what you can learn. You guys just don't know the vocabulary. It's like boy today has been to feels like shit, right? And that's just because it's like, what's like, if I came to you guys and I said, you're like, hey, Dr. K, how's the League game going? And I'm like, I lose. They're like, why do you lose? I suck. And then I play again and they're like, why'd you lose that game? I suck. You guys realize, like, you don't lose a game of League of Legends because you suck, right? Like, you lose a game because of all kinds of complicated reasons, which no one understands because I haven't spent the time with it. Oh, I don't know how to last hit. I'm rotating poorly. I bought the wrong items. I had a Singed on my team. Yeah. Top
man,
gap.
Singe is good. Don't hate on the Singe.
Right? You see how easy it is to adopt the toxicity? I don't even know who Singed is. I can hate on Singed. Toxicity comes so naturally. But boy, dude, and for the rest of y'all too, and everyone watching at home, just put a fraction of what you put into League into the rest of your life. You will be amazed. Because this is the thing that people don't understand. Everyone thinks gamers suck. Like, I think gamers are the biggest untapped potential in the world today. No one gives them any kind of respect or any kind of responsibility. This entire organization was built on rejects. Healthy Gamer, built on rejects. Built from people from our community. Who we said, you know what? Actually, I don't care that you haven't graduated from college. We'll give you a shot. Don't let us down. And it's been amazing. Absolutely amazing. And so just take this dedication and look at other parts of your life, man. And you'll be amazed. You guys are badasses. Y'all are giants in the making. You guys are already giants fighting against the hopeless hordes of toxic zombies who are inting right and left at high elo, which I hear is really bad actually in League. You'd expect, high elo to be like less toxic, but I hear it's bad. And y'all are awesome. And you guys are inspiring other people whether you realize it or not. And if y'all weren't there, like, imagine what would happen. The hordes would take over, right? There's someone somewhere out there who watches your games, goes into a League of Legends game, and then decides to try to emulate you. And I think as long as you guys keep at it, you may not see the change, but I think it'll happen. Generally speaking, that's been my experience. If you study, like, you may not get a B right, you may not get an A right away, you may get a B for a little while. But you keep working at it, and you'll learn how to study, you'll get better, and you'll start getting A's.
Yep. Once you
Can I
stop
ask a
trying,
question?
you're fucked.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. Danny,
but-
I'm sorry, you wanted to say something, then we'll get to Kareem's question.
Oh, I was just saying, like, yeah, once people stop trying, I mean, we're fucked. So
Yep.
as long as people try, put in effort, maybe other people put in effort too.
Yep. So if you try, maybe you're fucked. And if you don't try, you're certainly fucked. Kareem, you had a question?
Yeah, I just had a question relating to bettering yourself as a person and then translating that into League, where we talk about the analogy of the A student going into B. What does practice or studying in that case look like for somebody who is trying to better themselves mentally?
Someone who used to be good mentally and then finds themselves not good mentally?
Or somebody that's just not good mentally and that's never been good, trying to get good.
So how do you get good when
Right.
it comes to your mental?
Right.
It's a fantastic question. So the answer to that question is what Healthy Gamer is all about, and I can't answer it simply, but I'm going to try anyway. Right? So I think, honestly, Kareem, the foundation is awareness and noticing.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing to recognize is that, so too many times do people, especially within our community, equate their value as a person with a particular thing outside of themselves. First thing to understand. Just because you're bad at life does not mean you're bad. But most people don't think like that. Like, if I can't find a date to prom, what does that say about me as a human?
Nothing.
Incorrect. That's technically true and actually true, but what do I think about myself, Voy?
That no one likes you.
Not just that no one likes me, that I'm not worth liking. Do you guys see the difference between those two statements? Because there's an entire chasm. No one likes me. I'm not worth liking. So the first thing, Kareem, is to disidentify yourself with your problem. I'm not a bad League player. I'm just a noob. There's a huge difference between sucking at League and being a noob, which I know we equate the two, right? Like, even in our society and in our community, we equate the two. But lack of experience is different from, like, talent or value. So the first thing is that you're not bad at life, you just haven't learned how to live it. Because how have you tried? So that's, and I know that sounds weird, but that's actually the foundation. That's the first thing. Second thing is, okay, so fine, I accept I haven't learned how to live it. How do I learn how to live it? And so I'll teach you guys how to meditate in a minute. But I'd say oftentimes the biggest and most important foundation is awareness. So you have to understand what is going on inside you. And the cool thing is, like, you can do that any number of ways. You just have to pay attention. So it can be something as simple as the next time you play, so Kareem, you say you're not like these positive dickwads here, but like some days you're super toxic in League and some days you're less toxic in League. Right?
Yeah.
Sure. So what's the difference?
Mm-hmm. It just kind of depends. There are outside, I guess, variables, and also depending on how previous games have gone, it's very easy to sort of get caught up on something that's happened in the past. Having one event in a certain game dictate the way that your mood is for the rest of your games that day.
Okay. So like
kinda,
that's a decent answer, but it's not nearly specific. Right? So you have vague strokes of like shit that happened in the previous game affects me in this game. So then the question becomes, if you want to get good at life, you have to figure out what is it in the game that affects you? What is it that carries over to the next game? What is it that stays behind? What has to happen for me to get from point A